Yeah, that's it.
So, what led you to be a gospel artist? Because we've seen many that have come out to say they are gospel ministers, but in 2 or 3 years they're done. So, what has made you stay in that direction of being a gospel minister?
Wow. I think I love music so much. And I find my peace in music, And I love serving God, of course. Yeah, I love it. I love worship. I love instruments. That's me. Music is part of me. So that's it.
So you've talked about instruments. A lot of I've heard this saying that goes, if you are an artist, you should know how to play any of the instruments. So how has it been for you? How has it been for you? Has it been a smooth ride, or it has been a tug of war? You learning something?
Oh, by the way, I play the guitar, the solo guitar. Yeah, and it's just fine because music is part of me. If I told you no music, I think learning the instruments, it becomes easier because music is just flowing into your veins. That's it. It becomes more easier.
So what you're trying to tell us, it should start with you as a person.
Yeah.
You should have love, passion for what you're doing, then the other things come on board, right?
Yes. If you're having music within you, anything concerning music becomes easy.
Okay. So Simon, who is Simon? For us, we are seeing the Simon, the person. For us, we are seeing the Simon, the person that plays the keys, but we don't know Simon. Who is Simon? Why is Simon in this ministry? Because I've seen a lot of people. But then, right now, the ministers we have in church, they are the ones that say, "Ha man, zenina gigi, zenina gigi." So la bila mukanisa, nekubananga yoka wala ikanisa okunsa stayinga. So I need to be having some side hustles that I do. So who is Simon, and why is Simon in the instrument ministry? Because it is also another ministry, right? So who is Simon?
Yeah, I'm Simon. My name is my surname. Yeah. Ntulume. Omuganda. Yeah, Ntulume. Ndi musajja Muganda. So ogambe kubebi mu church babeera gig. So nze piano eno si sasula sikitwala nga mulimu. Yeah. Buweereza, manyi obuweereza. Obukola n'omutima gwo nga weewaddeyo kitegeera. Oba okola nga weewaddeyo osaavinga oweereza.
So can you explain for us that in English?
Yeah, serving.
For someone who is doing that.
Yes.
Someone who to understand it well.
Yeah. So I'm serving as a pianist or something else, music instrument, any music instrument. But I'm not paid. Me, I work. I have a workplace. Yeah, I do sell furniture, and so when on Sunday I go to my church is called Harvest Celebration Miracle Center, Munyonyo, Salama Road. So I do serve, but I have a job, or we call it a workplace. Yeah, I sell furniture, so I earn my wages and salaries. So I don't depend on this.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't depend on piano. No, it's a service to God. I serve.
For you, it has always been ministry for you.
Yeah, it's ministry.
It has always been ministry.
Yes.
Okay. So, Prosper, if that is the right pronunciation, right? So, there are a lot of young girls. Let me not equate it to only young girls, but there are a lot of people that look up to you, that have seen you sing in church, have seen you somewhere, and they definitely want to be like you. So, what is that hard work that person that is watching us right now, they should put in to be like you or more than you, because I don't know, like you not want someone to stop at a certain stage where you are. You would want them to reach greater heights. So what is the hard work those people should put in to be exactly where you are?
Okay, first of all,
I think you're going to look into my camera and tell them, because you're speaking to them.
Alright. According to me, during my childhood stage, by the way, I wasn't born again.
Yeah.
I wasn't born again. I used to go to to other religions. And then I wanted singing in me, and I used to see my friends, like my neighbors, for them they were born again and they could go to the Sunday school church, they could sing, and then I was like, bored. I also want to sing. So I just started like going to the Sunday school church to sing, and I grew up singing. I grew up singing the Sunday school. Then from the Sunday school, I joined the teens choir, and then from there I joined the worship team, the mass choir. So I think one thing you should do first of all is discovering what you're having.
Yeah.
Though there are some people that love to sing when they do not have a nice voice. I know if you believe in yourself, you can make it. It's all about believing in yourself that I can make it, and then start putting it into practice. I believe you can make it. Yes.
Okay. It's all about believing in yourself, putting in a lot of hard work. Let me say practice. On a daily. Does it have to be on a daily basis, or the day I feel like I want to practice is when I practice?
No.
So enlighten me on that. Does it have to be on a daily basis?
Not on a daily basis, but music is part of life. Music is part of life. I don't think a day can pass without singing, without doing anything concerning music. It can't happen. So I think on a daily basis, because music becomes part of you, Yeah.
Mami Simon.
Yep.
You said you're Uganda, so I wanted to break this in Uganda. Kumuntu abadde kumuntu atulaba asobola atya okuba nti nga tagwa mumanyi, because do we all believe that in church there is also rejection?
Yes.
Do we believe in church? We have rejection. Where you can come nga you're talented, you have the passion to serve the Lord, but then nebakugamba nti enasooka genda what team leader, not okay team leader nagamba, you show me what you have, showcase what you have, and the team leader just blasts you like this. No, you go. Does it stay here? So what is that advice you're giving to someone that really feels they're not enough, that feels they can't do anything in the house of the Lord, but then you see they have talent? So what is that advice you're giving to that person that is watching us right now? I can.
Yeah.
Volleyball, please.
They should, I think, because I've also been a victim. Yeah, sure. I've been a victim. But you have to persist. Yeah. For the rejection situation, that situation of rejection, like, you have to persist. That's what I have to do. You have to keep on practicing. They might reject you because you're doing bad.
Simon, can you translate this in Uganda? In Uganda, like, omuntu ali achitagere.
Kati oba oganiddwa rejection mu Luzungu, ng'oganira maybe olinga akuzalaye, agambye twala tomanyi ne kale ng'oyinamu, ekituufu kiri nti amaanyi gaggwamu. Naye nze nga ogambye luli okusooka emabegako, nze nange baŋŋaanako ebiseera bingi, naye kati ntambula wantu wangi kulemerako, olina okulemerako toyina kwemalamu maanyi nakwekubagiza okwekubagiza kibi nnyo kubanga bino bye bibeerawo ne mu sectors endala oba ku mirimu eyo abantu babagoba babagaana naye nga otutempa wasoma naye togwamu maanyi mulimu na tolina kuggwamu maanyi olina okubeera ng'olemerako nga wasaba ne Katonda akuyambi Katonda teerabira
kati kyogamba even our cameramen that we have in this building let me put it in the phrase, you've walked into a TV station looking for a job and you know you're good at camera or you know you're good at voicing and you know you're good at reporting but then someone is not sure because you've just come and they've just seen you, so they tell you do some testing. Someone gives a camera and say how do you operate a camera, so even if you've executed it in a very proper way and the person sees you're good but then they'll still say it is not your time. You get? At the end of the day, like, it demoralizes you as a person and you will feel, do we have politics in church? Do we have politics in church?
Yes.
Prosper, do we have politics in church? No, you be open. Do we have politics? Because we have to teach people out there. Do we have politics in church?
At a certain extent, it exists.
At a certain extent.
Yeah.
What is that certain
I
extent
think
where
so,
we have politics in church?
A smaller extent.
Can you explain to me how do we have politics in church?
Okay, sometimes it's more in that department of the choir masters, you know? You can go somewhere, you're having a talent, you know how to sing, but then they have this pastor of the place, you know? They say no. For us, we have our pastor. They do not want anyone who is better or equating to that person to come. So they can tell you, no, we're not interested in having you. It can exist.
For me, I would say it has not been a different story from you guys, because I would say I did start my career at a tender age, where people used not to believe in me. Everything you will do, someone will say, that is already. We know people that do the same thing you're doing. So at a certain point of time, I felt I was not good enough. But then in me, I have one thing in me that I console myself before I let someone console me. Yet I encourage myself in me. I have that inner man or that inner person that encourages me. You get? So I can say also being a person that loves watching television, TV, sitting down, you see someone sing, you see someone do whatever they're doing, but you feel they have done it in a good way and you want to emulate or copy what they're doing. So I would sit down, do the same thing. If I see that I can add in something, I add in and compose something and someone says, this person sings nicely, but I can truly say the point where people started seeing me, it is when I joined Can You Praise. I think we've heard about Can You Praise Zabuli. Zabuli. That is when I joined Can You Praise. It was a competition, a gospel competition, where it was held down in Eliana Hotel Eliana in China, Chiwatule Road, China. That is where the competitions were. And in those competitions, we were pushed to the limit. We were pushed to the limit where we were taken into a series of things. We do our voices, self-reflection, everything. Like, it was a whole package of things that we were doing down there in Eliana. So the competitions took almost 2 months, but then I was doing school at the same day I was doing the competitions. So that is, I can say that is where people started knowing me, people started knowing me, people started knowing me. And luckily enough, I managed to be among, let me say the six people that went into the finals. I cannot say that it was because I had a good voice, but it was by the mercy of the Lord. Because a lot of people were there, and a lot of people were singing. You guys, a lot of people were singing, and you could hear someone sing, and you say, "What? Am I going to be taken to the next what? To the next level?" But then, luckily enough, every Sunday, I saw myself going to the next level. I saw myself going to the next level. But then there was one Sunday, it was a collaboration Sunday. So collaboration, you have to sing with another person. So they get me to sing with. He's my good friend. He's now a gospel minister right now. He's a gospel artist. It's called Gabo David. So we are given a song to sing. No other God can be called a father. So on that day we started singing, but then the beat, the person playing the keys was in front, in front of us. So remember, these judges, they were looking for a slight mistake like this for you to be eliminated. A slight mistake like this for you to be eliminated. But then I remember when we started the song, I was behind the what? The person playing. So somebody looked at me like this, and in my mind something was running. How this Sunday, I'm not staying. I'm doing what? I'm leaving. I'm not staying. So I first paused back as the guy was playing. Then I jumped onto the what? I jumped onto the beat. So we finished the performance, but then I was not this joyous person within the previous performances, because you would know this Sunday I've done good, I'm not going home, and it is like that, I'm not going home. Okay. But this Sunday I was this humble person, and I was looking to the judges because on the panel we had Zabuli, we had Deering, if you know Deering, we had John K, we had John Mary, and Andrea Payson, though Andrea Payson was not active. So that Sunday, and the live the results were supposed to be read that same day. And every Sunday they used to eliminate four people. So can imagine if every Sunday they are bringing out 4. Imagine the pressure and the tension you guys are in. So that Sunday they read everyone. So we remained 4 people. Not like we were 5. So the judges came out and said, this last person we are going to call, we've seen this person has executed, though there are some mistakes he made. So if we call you, just know you are the last person, and the rest of the people you're going back, what? Huh? And I was there looking at the person going to read the results, and I was, anyway, where does this leave me as a person? Yeah. So that tension was there for some time. You know how they read these things, eh? They first put you on tension, you be there, tension, you be there, tension. So the guy comes out and says, it was even Zabuli, the last person I'm saving to go to the semi-finals is... So we first kept quiet. For the first time we kept quiet. Is, and the person that was in the machines put that heartbeat. You get. So everyone was, who is going home? But remember, in the contestants, I had the largest fan base, because me, I used to tell people at where I was living, we're having, can you please guys come? And people would come in large numbers. And you'll hear someone says, Robert. Every time, even if I'm not the one singing, Robert. So Unfortunately, Isabel said, the person that is going through the semi-finals is Robert. At first, I thought that name was not mine. I thought that name was not mine. I fall down, not because I did not have energy, but then I fall down because I thought it was much on me. After that whole period of time, I realized that if you believe in yourself as a person, because it starts with you. It starts with you. Let's first leave alone people telling us, Simon, I know you can play the keys well. Simon, you play the keys like those international artists or international key players or prosper you sing them. It starts with you because the Lord has accepted us for who we are, and the Lord loves us for who we are. Okay. So if we believe we are created in His own image, we are good. We are good.
Yeah.
So I don't know, guys, because I believe for every journey we walk in life, there are some challenges. Amen. There are some challenges we've walked in. There are some challenges we've experienced. So I want us to share about the challenges we've faced so far. Prosper, what are those challenges you've faced so far in church?
On my side,
Yeah, come on.
I always face this challenge. When I go somewhere and maybe they now advertise we're going to have a powerful woman of God, what people do expect a big woman, you know, someone with American heights, what. And by the way, I'm at campus first year. I used not to plait my hair, you know, I could trim. So but like, people could look at me and they'd say, is this the person that they were talking about? And then what's so challenging, after you doing what you've come to do, they start now saying, hey, hello, Prosper, hello. It really upsets me because at first you despise me and now you like, you know. That's the biggest challenge. People always isolate us according to our physical appearance, which is not good. It really hurts for someone to just judge you according to your appearance. It really hurts, yeah.
So, do you feel in church we should have that habit of judging people?
No, it's not always good, because even Christ was not so good. I think he was not among the richest people. He was not among those people who used to have authorities on the earth, you know. But then he was the Christ. So I don't think we should judge people. We should accept anyone the way he or she is. Yeah.
Simon.
Yes.
So she has talked to us about the challenges she faced. So I know you faced some challenges as well as a person in ministry. Playing keys, you play for someone and this person is not good. So how have you overcome these challenges, you as a person? Was it one sort ya? Omuntu akulaba right now ayinza okuba nti nga agenda ayita mu mbeera yemu. How have you executed it nti nga you know that your father is happy, and how have you overcome these challenges that we have in church right now?
You have to be encouraged. You have to encourage yourself before anyone else encourages you. You know, so you don't have to be sad, because everything starts with our mind. Okay, so you have to be brave and you have to be encouraged by yourself. So I'm the number one motivator of myself.
Yeah, you're number one fan.
Yes, sometimes if they say you're not good, I'm not good. Inside me I say I'm good.
Good, yeah, true.
But again, you have to be practicing in anything you're doing, in any aspect you're in. You have to be practicing like this, the keys. You have to be practicing. You go to YouTube, you learn things, you learn chords, you learn progressions, new stuff. You have to be learning every time. Yes, you have to be learning.
I think my last question to you people, before we wrap up this session, it is a random question. It is a random question, so feel free anyone to answer me. Have you ever gotten intimidated with big stages or with big congregations? Anyone can answer this. Have you ever gotten intimidated with big stages or big audiences that you feel? Have you ever?
Yes. Yeah.
You've ever gotten intimidated?
Yeah.
Like, explain to me how have you ever been gotten intimidated with big audiences or stages? Do you think the faces are frightening or the environment? I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes when you go to big stages, when you're not used, the first thing you'll be thinking in your head, what are they thinking about me? Sometimes, most of the times, if you get something big, like sitting on a big stage, having like new modern keys, modern pianos, you feel like, how am I going to handle this? What are they thinking about me? So sometimes you get nervous, but you have to push out negativity.
Yeah.
That's all. You have to be positive at all the times. Even where you can't be, just be positive. You push it. You do it.
Prosper, sorry. Prosper. Yeah, you've been with a lot of people that can really sing, and they give them a microphone and you say, wow, this person, I don't know if I can stand and minister with this person because I feel I'm not good enough like them. So, have you ever gotten intimidated with such things?
That's the worst part of the story, by the way. Like last time when we had a performance at Pillars of Fire, it always touches me when I know that I'm in a place where there are people that really know what to do. Sometimes I feel like, God, can I really do this? But then I just encourage myself and say, Prosper, do what you want, do what you can, like give them what you have. But it is very common to me, seriously. But all I do is encouraging myself and pray for the grace, you know. I finally do it, yeah.
And I as well believe our cameramen have also been through the same things, right, guys? You've been through the same things, and I personally have also been through the same things because I cannot say that I've never gone in a certain place and I don't get first frightened because I first look at the environment first thing, and I look at the people, you get, and I look at the people. So one thing that comes into my mind, what am I going to do? Oh Lord, help me. Before I put this into my head that I know I have a good voice, I know I can sing, I first ask God, what am I going to do here? Please tell me what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, so I think let's go for a break, then we'll come back and wrap it up. You're still watching the Sunday Sunrise. Stay tuned.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So,
I've personally learned something from you guys. I don't know if you guys feel you've taught enough. I don't know. So I wanted us to have final remarks. What is that last itching word? Let me call it an itching word. You want to let the viewers know. You're going to look straight into my camera. Sorry. Be audible. Tell them what you want to tell them. Then we close the show.
Okay, to everyone that is viewing, all I can say is believe in yourself. If you want to do something, if you're willing to reach on that thing that you really want, you have to believe in yourself. Yeah, people will talk. Those that want to discourage you will not miss, but all you have to do is believing in yourself. And yeah.
Simon. What is that last word you want our viewers to know? You're going to look straight into my camera. Tell them.
Yeah, you have to cast out negativity.
Yeah, true.
Also, you have to be positive, because if you're having a negative mind, that's you being your enemy. So your mind, if your mind is full of negativity, you're the enemy of yourself, maybe of your prosperity or of anything else good you want to reach. Negativity, you have to cast out negativity out of your mind.
Okay, do you guys have social media platforms where people can find you?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, share them.
Yeah, mine is Simon. You write Simon, S-I-M-O-N. Yes.
Only Facebook, right?
Yeah, even Instagram. I have Instagram. I have an account on Instagram.
Yes.
It's SYMONE 953. Simon 953.
Okay. Prosper, where can people find you if they want to reach to you?
I'm on Facebook, Prosper D, Feza, double F, double E, Z, Yeah.
Instagram?
YouTube, Prosperity Feza.
Do you have a YouTube channel, Simon?
Not yet.
When I plan to have a YouTube? Because this?
Yeah, anytime from now. Still upgrading. Yeah, I have to give you good work.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching the show. You've been an amazing audience. But me, what I want to tell you, never settle for less. Never settle for less. For this world is our platform for us to use, for us to showcase whatever the Lord has gifted us with. Do I make sense? This world is our what? Our platform for us to showcase what the Lord has gifted us to do. Amen. So thank you so much for watching the show. You can find me at on Facebook, Damzung Birazi Robert, Twitter at Birazi R. Birazi is BIRAZI then R. Then Instagram, Damzung underscore Birazi underscore Robert. That is where you can find me. You can also tell people that have not yet joined the family to come onto Facebook, like our page, that is House of Talent Uganda. Like the Facebook page, share whatever content that is being posted onto the page. Let the work of the Lord go expand. YouTube, the same thing. Subscribe, hit the notification button. Every new content that will be uploaded, you'll be the first person to know. That is House of Rest Uganda. Then Twitter is at HTV1 Uganda. Feel free to connect with us. Tell us what you want to see onto. Amen. Amen. Feel free. We are a loving family. We are loving people, and we love you. Anyways, let us wish you a happy Easter. Can we my producer, can we do for them a last song as we close? Can we? Okay. The song says, Jesus is mine, but then Kalimungiria, praise. Jesus is mine, He is mine, He's mine forevermore. Jesus is mine, He's mine, He's mine forevermore. Jesus is mine, He is mine, He's mine forever. Jesus is mine, He is mine, He's mine forevermore. Yesu wange, mirembe jona. Yesu wange, Jesus is mine, He is mine forever. Jesus is mine, He's mine forever. Yesu wange, mirembe jona. Yesu wange,
mirembe jona.
Yesu wange, mirembe Yesu wange. So I want to say a big thank you to our camera people. Thank you so much, guys, for being there. Thank you so much for an amazing show, for the amazing shots. For our producer, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you a zillion times. Without you, we don't know where we would be. The entire team that we've worked with, thank you so much. The person on the graphics, thank you so much. Until we meet next time, happy Easter, Happy Easter. Happy Easter, people. Thank you so much.
Yep.
God bless you.
The Cultural Arts Center has a lot of opportunities for artists, both local artists, regional artists, and international artists. One of our main goals is that we've created a space that provides opportunities for training, for creating, for working together, and for displaying in terms of performances or visual arts, artistic works.
What motivates me to dance ideally is the idea to use my body to tell a story, to be able to change someone's life, like when they look at my body or when they look at a piece, like they go back and say, that piece inspired me.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koroziza, and I'm the program manager for the Citywide Inclusive Sanitation Program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% percent of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied into, or disposed into the environment untreated.
My name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the washalots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water because very little water comes out when somebody is using the facility.
In a typical scenario or a traditional sense of the service, the way the service is accessed, we had communities that didn't have any information at all about how to access sanitation facilities, where to get them, and who would provide them. And for the communities that did, they reached out to one key member within their communities who then linked them to the service providers in the communities.
We went detail about Weyonje. The facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population, and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we were seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied. We're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical. It has been very helpful in actually tightening that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered?
The whole program, I can range it, it has been a success by 95%, because initially we were operating in a very informal way. Everyone was in his own. So we got trainings, we started companies. After starting companies, KCC and GIZ started also to legalize the sanitation business. Now members have licenses, have acquired KCC environmental service permit. They have recommendation for national water that actually every fecal sludge you collect, you have to dispose it at its facilities, and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCCA want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business, because we are given the priority such that we can comply with the city rules and regulations. If we fail, then they get other people to come and take over sanitation in the city.
Yes, please.
I know it's the coffee break, and as we're having the coffee break, we need to make coffee first.
Yeah, sure.
And then we can enjoy our conversation. Here's water right over there, and then what are we going to have today here?
We are going to have a French press.
A French press. Yeah. Well, I think most of you, if you've been following the show, we've had a French press being taught to you how it's made. So we won't delve too much into it. So Ibra will make the French press as we moving on with the show. So Ibra, how good is Ugandan coffee? Like, how would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10?
1 to 10. For now, since we are in the second position in Africa, our coffee is really doing good on the market, and on the world we are 8th. Yeah. So still our coffee is doing good, just because very many farmers have put in enough efforts to produce good quality coffee.
Does it always start with farmers?
It always has to start with farmers.
Because, I mean, I could be a business person, but I want a certain cup of or type of coffee, and I can't grow that coffee because I want it. Does it always have to be like, you farmers have to do this for me so that I can come to get this best coffee, whether it's best or bad? Does it have to be?
Yeah, it has to be. You know, just like when you're trying to raise a kid. So the future of the kid will always be like, okay, like the way you raise a kid, it will have to reflect how the kid will be. Yes, just the same way with coffee. The way you grow the coffee, it always reflects in the cup, whether bad or good. So you have to put much attention in the garden so that you can have a good result in the cup.
There we go. What's the right or the most important stage of coffee, like in the coffee production? Because the fact that we are second in Africa behind Ethiopia, it means we're doing all what it takes to have the best coffee. So what's the most important stage in coffee?
It's the farm.
The farm?
Yes.
I mean, you're making coffee right here. Why isn't this important?
Let me tell you why the farm. If a farmer just grows coffee and harvests anyhowly, even the green, the red, everything. So up to that point of processing, to hulling, roasting and all that stuff, up to the cup, trust me, this person who's going to enjoy this cup of coffee, once he or she finds a defect in this cup, trust me, the whole point will go back to where the coffee is coming from. So there will be some kind of traceability. So if, let's say, if an American guy came into Uganda and be like, can I have this cup of coffee? And that cup of coffee tastes bad, be like, where does this coffee come from?
I mean, we're ranked number 8, so why does he even have to ask where it comes from? Because we have the best coffee.
Yes, we have the best coffee, and we are trying to produce more.
At
more
least
coffee.
to be in top 5, not in the top 10. So, go on.
Yeah. So, if this person has a very negative attitude or a negative perspective towards a cup of coffee, this will be like, now Ugandan coffee is totally bad. So this cup of coffee will represent the whole coffee in
the world,
in the country.
In the country.
Yes.
So Ibra, let's bring this to our coffee shops.
Yeah.
Deep down, like Wild Coffee, you got coffee shops like Coffee at Last, Enduro Coffee, wherever you are watching us from, there's a nearby coffee shop around you.
Yes.
If you go to that coffee shop and you enter into that coffee shop and you don't get any kick of coffee, like there's that kick that comes along with coffee when you enter, just like the one I'm feeling, the kick of coffee right now, the one I'm going to take.
Aromas.
Yeah. So does it mean that that coffee is bad?
No. When you don't feel that aroma from the coffee by the time you enter into a coffee shop, you have to find out what's in the cup. Yes. So you can go ahead and order for a cup of coffee and take it. Then from there you can go ahead and ask, in case it's all allowed, be like, what coffee am I having? Where does it come from? How is it processed? Like some few questions about the coffee, so that you can also get to know the coffee that you're taking. Yeah.
So you made this French press right here, and I just want to know about it just a little while.
Yeah.
Why did you leave it to first set over there, not pouring direct into the cup?
The cup. You know, brewing, if you really want to have a very, very nice cup of coffee with all its content, it's a time-based process. So there are factors that are considered when brewing. One, brewing is a time-based process. We follow time. Look at the measurements. In simple terms, ratio. That's the coffee to water ratio. Yes. So I'm leaving it to stand here for it to brew, like to extract all the required components that I should find in my cup. Yes.
So guys, I'm with a senior barista here, and today I'm gonna do some cupping with him. It's called a blind cupping, right?
Blind cupping, open cupping. Yeah.
So we're gonna do this cupping of this French press coffee right here. So isn't it ready to be taken? Because I can't wait anymore. I want to have my coffee.
No. I personally, I love experimenting. Yeah. So this coffee, maybe briefly, I just blended different kinds of coffee and different roast profiles. Yeah.
Wow. See how it's being poured. Hello guys, we still are watching the coffee break here on House of Talent TV. So we're streaming live on Facebook as House of Talent Uganda, and also on YouTube as House of Talent Uganda. And get engaged with us on Twitter at HTV Uganda, so that we can get to know what you're thinking about the show. What do you think about this topic? Is Ugandan coffee that good? And before we move on, we get to taste this coffee and we see how best it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me take my sip. The first thing I'm getting is cinnamon.
Yeah, this coffee is so spicy. Yeah, so spicy. It has some kick of a citrus note, like orange-like. Yeah.
So why is it that everyone who talks about coffee is talking about citrus, lemon, orange? So you're also talking about the same thing. Are they like the best things we find in coffee?
Actually, I try to follow up on the common or the basic flavor notes that are in Ugandan coffee, depending on the way they are processed. Yeah. So specifically this coffee, I did it like intentionally to blend 2 coffees of different roast profile and 3 coffees of different processing technique.
Okay.
Yeah, so this coffee has 50% of honey processed coffee, medium roast, and the other 50% is a blend of washed Elgon with natural Robusta.
Wow. I talked about the SL14, SL28.
Yes, yeah.
What's SL to our viewers watching over there?
SL, it's a kind of a variety, Arabica variety that was designed in Kenya by a Scottish lab technician. Yeah. So he named the variety.
What's SL for?
SL, it's a Scottish lab.
Scotch lab.
Yeah.
When do we get in Uganda? Ugandan lab.
By the way, the beauty with Uganda, since I'd say to be the birthplace of Robusta, which is a credit to us, and when you look at the Robusta cupping protocols and the Robusta score sheet, it was designed in Uganda at Uganda Coffee Development Authority. So we own the credit that whatever you do with the Robusta, whether you're in Brazil, whether you're in Guatemala, anywhere, as long as you're cupping Robusta, you follow the cupping protocols that were designed in Uganda, as well as the cupping score sheet of Robusta that has our UCDA logo on it.
Okay guys, we're going to take a short commercial break, but in a minute we're going to be having a break while taking our coffee. See you in a minute.
Welcome to this year's edition of Doa Doa 2021.
We have revived the King's Entenga music.
I started playing music when I was 9 years old in 1945, and up to today I'm still learning it.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Okay guys, welcome back from that short commercial break. It's still the coffee break with me, Amon Mokisa, right here on the House of Talent TV Uganda. And we're streaming live both on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Get there, share with us what you think about the coffee break show as we are discussing the topic, is Ugandan coffee that good? Because being ranked the 8th in the world as the most growing country and the 2nd behind Ethiopia in Africa, that means a lot. We have to talk more about this, and I'm still with Ibra right here in the studio as we're having our coffee right here. Ibra,
yes.
So we're still, before we went to our break, we were talking about the coffee in this cup.
Yeah.
I want to know, what do you take to consider that this coffee is good?
Good. One, you look at the flavor profile of the coffee itself. Look at some other attributes like the body, the acidity, the sweetness, and the balance. Yes.
So that's the flavor profile?
The attribute part of it. Then the flavor, that what flavor do you get? What other unique flavors? Because there are some other common flavors that you get in the coffee, like the chocolate, the...
In simple terms, like what's like the flavor profile for our viewer watching out there and is not well conversed with like coffee terms?
Okay.
Yeah.
A flavor profile is like that sensation that you get that reminds you of a certain thing. Let me say, look at the fruit. The moment you grind a certain coffee, you get that fragrance that hits you back at your mind. Like, okay, it smells like jackfruit or smells like banana. So it's a flavor. Yes.
It's a flavor. So what flavors do you get as you're taking your coffee? If you're in a coffee shop or you've made your coffee at home, what flavors do you get? Share with us on our the social media handles. And basically, you can also tag me on Twitter so that we can have this conversation at Amoni Mukisa right over there and tell us what you get when you take that coffee. On the show, we shall be having Ronnie Muhumza, the CEO of Clear Cafe Uganda, to elaborate more about the coffee and why he thinks Ugandan coffee is good. So look out for that segment that will be coming along in the show. So Ibra,
yes,
there are many myths in coffee. For example, you hear about coffee is bad for your health. You know, so when we have very many myths like this, don't they affect the quality of our coffee and coffee consumption in Uganda?
Well, I think the myths that are running out like about coffee, I think they don't affect the quality of the coffee, but the consumption rate.
The consumption rate?
Yes.
Because I mean, if someone is saying I have I get headache when I take coffee, because I've had our cameraman here say that when he takes coffee, that's headache for him the whole day. So that's already a negativity, positive, a negative attitude towards coffee, which means whenever he goes somewhere, he will say that that Ugandan coffee is bad. Whenever I take it, I get this.
So one thing I would tell people that don't compare yourself to the rest. You know, everyone has his own way of reaction towards the caffeine in coffee or the coffee. For example, the way you react towards caffeine is different from the way I do. You get? So if you take coffee and you get headache, that's your own reaction towards the coffee. Doesn't mean that it's bad. It's because the body is trying to react and stabilize. That's what I can say. Yeah.
I mean, you've done biotechnology at Kyambogo University.
Yes.
What are these campus institutions doing for us at least to have the best coffee in Uganda?
Let me start with a coffee club in the institutions. The reason as why I think the government, by the aid of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, are setting up coffee clubs in institutions so that they can encourage the young blood into the coffee industry, because it all starts from down. Yes. So biotechnology, it's a very wide part as far as coffee industry is concerned. Look at agronomy part of it. Look at breeding. Right now we have a new modern technology of breeding coffee, like the tissue culture. So it's all biotechnology. Look at the molecular part of it. Designing hybrids, designing varieties. So it's all about biotechnology.
I mean, I've seen you post more, because I follow you on your social media handles, I've seen you post more of coffee varieties, like coffee trees, coffee beans, and you talk about them. Are there specific coffee varieties that we do in Uganda, and that's why we're having like the best coffee?
Yes, we have different varieties in Uganda. Let me talk about the original Bugisu. The original Bugisu, Nyathaland, it's in regions of Mbale mostly, yes. And we have SL14, we have SL28. We have some farmers around the Elgon, like Sipi, they have Batian, but it's still under study according to the survey that I've done. Yeah, the Batian variety. Then as you're trying to cross over to Kenya, just at the border, some farmers that do share the land with Uganda and Kenya, they have Rui 11 or Rui Roman 2. Yeah.
Wow, that's the information that you need to know when you're watching the coffee break. And then let's talk to Ronnie Muhumza, the CEO of Clear Cafe. Hey, how are you doing, man?
I'm very good. How are you, man?
I think we shall get back to Ronnie. It's just a technical problem, but we're still moving on with the coffee break on House of Talent TV, and my name is Amon Mukisa. So, Ibra, let's talk about the coffee in the coffee shops.
Yes.
What does it take for someone, for example, he owns a coffee shop, to say, I want to go for this coffee profile, I want to go for this type of coffee?
Well, it all starts with the standard of a coffee shop. So a coffee shop owner should have a standard that can guide him or her towards where he or she is going.
These coffee standards, do they include the baristas, the coffee graders, the cuppers, to guide this person? Because it's a business, yes, remember? Yeah. So someone will come out and say, I need this type of coffee because it's this much in terms of amount. Like, for example, I have to get coffee whenever I need it and it's cheap. Does it go along with that, or it comes along with guidance that's coming through the the baristas, coffee cuppers, graders?
Yeah, about the standard, you're supposed to know, like, I'm getting into the coffee business, which is a coffee shop, and I want to deal or specialize in coffee, let me say. So you are supposed to know the type of coffee that you're going to deal with. You can go ahead and look at the roast profile, the baristas themselves that are going to brew this coffee. Yes. Are they equipped with more knowledge? Do they know what they're doing? And are they willing to convince a client to take this cup of coffee? Yes.
Okay. All right, we're having Ronnie is back again. Ronnie, how is it in coffee shops or in Clear Cafe? What terms do you take, or what advice do you consider to buy a certain type of coffee?
Well, for me, coffee is like one of those drinks that are conversational, you know. So for me, first and foremost, I want my barista to have the knowledge of the coffee he's selling, and you know, the blend, you know, the acidity levels, and the roast, where the bean is sourced, how it's washed. And then if someone has enough information like that, it gives me confidence to order for a cup of coffee. Plus, for me, like at my cafe, I love coffee, so I pay attention to details.
Who takes more part in making a decision to have a type of coffee in these shops? So do you think you're always biased when you're deciding to buy a certain type of coffee?
Yeah, sometimes when the barista doesn't know what he's talking about, or when I ask like a simple question, where do you source your coffee from, and they don't know, for me that's for example, it's a turn off for me. But again, because I'm a coffee lover, I'm a coffee taker, when I drink coffee, I know this is good coffee, this is, you know, bad coffee. So yeah, I think these are some of the things to look out when you're having a cup of coffee.
I'm saying, what type of coffee do you use in your coffee shop, and why did you decide to go for that coffee?
Oh, okay. So we have our own house blend, but it's majorly Arabica coffee, because Arabica coffee has like, it has many, you know, the texture, the the citrus in it. It's not as bitter as Robusta. In my coffee shop, I use Arabica, has that sweetness in it. You know, again, we love coffee. It depends on who takes the coffee, but for me, I wanted that, you know, sweetness in the coffee, that natural sugar, you know, in the coffee, and Arabica has that sweetness in it, and that's why I use Arabica coffee. Plus, I do the roasting. We roast our own coffee, so we just came up with our blend, and yeah,
us today on the coffee break, and we look forward to having you on the show some other time so that we can talk more about the coffee business. That's been Ronnie for you guys. And Ibra, Ronnie here say that he has a certain type of coffee that he uses in his coffee shop. Yes. That the type of coffee also like has an influence on someone to buy it in that coffee shop. He talked about the sugars in the coffee.
Yes, yes. Yeah, actually the type of the coffee also plays a part in convincing someone to take that coffee. Okay, this is what I realized. Most coffees, the way they showcase their uniqueness, attributes and the flavors, it's like a marketing strategy for this coffee to be bought by a certain client. Yes.
Okay, with 80% of coffee in Uganda being Robusta and 20% being Arabica, we're going to come back after this short commercial break, and we shall be talking about the types and differences of these coffees. We shall be right back.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break on the House of Talent TV. Where are you watching us from? Please let us know so that we know where you're watching us from. Are you in Canada? Are you in the USA? Are you down here in Uganda? Let us know where you're watching us from, and we shall make a shout out to you. We thank you a lot for having tuned in to House of Talent TV, and we're still talking more about coffee. We need to know, is Ugandan coffee really this good to be the 8th in the world as the most growing country, and also to be the 2nd in Africa behind Ethiopia? I'm having Ibrahim Chiganda, senior barrister at World Coffee, speaking more about the benefits and how good Ugandan coffee is. Ibrahim, before we went to a break, we talked about the types of coffee beans or coffee types.
Yeah.
What are the differences between Arabica and Robusta?
Robusta. Well, I'll talk about the country of origin where these coffee types originated. For example, Arabica came from central plateaus of Ethiopia. When we look at Robusta, came from the western and central sub-Saharan Africa.
Hold on. You said Arabica came from Ethiopia,
yes.
Central Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And Ethiopia is the first growing country of Robusta in Africa.
First growing?
Because
no,
we are the 2nd behind Ethiopia.
Yes, yeah. In terms of producing
Robusta coffee.
Robusta?
Yeah.
It's Arabica. Yeah. I think in terms of production, we are number 2 after Ethiopia. Yes.
Okay, so how can I differentiate that this is a Robusta coffee bean and this is an Arabica coffee bean?
Then an Arabica coffee bean, it's ovalish and long. A Robusta bean, it's bold and big.
What do you take as the best bean amongst the two? Is it Robusta or Arabica?
Arabica.
Arabica,
yeah.
Why?
Because it's okay. I love Arabica coffee. Yeah.
So let me ask you: if you love Arabica and we're growing 20% of Arabica, or we're producing 20% of Arabica, where's the Robusta going? Is it among these 2.4% export that we make?
Actually, we produce more Robusta and we export more Robusta. So we consume less Robusta.
Why?
I think it's because of its bitter component, as well as, of course, the consumption rate. Very many people are not really so enough informed with coffee. So they know that I'm starting up this kind of coffee just to grow and export. That's all. That's the end.
Well, as we grow in coffee, or as that farmer down in Bukisu, down in Rwenzori, down in Masaka is growing this coffee, how easy is it for him to choose that, let me grow this coffee, let me grow Arabica or let me grow Robusta?
I think it's very easy for him to decide depending on where he is located.
Okay.
A person in Masaka, Luero, those are low altitude areas. So a Robusta coffee will do well in those regions. So a person in Mbale, Kasese, those mountainous areas, yes, you can do Robusta, but it won't give you that much yield compared to the person growing the Robusta in the central.
So speaking about the Erigon region, which is the altitude around 1,800
to 2,200.
Yeah. So which means the longer the altitude, the best the coffee that comes out.
Remember, these are two types of coffees that can grow in different environmental conditions. Arabica can survive well in cold places. Those are the mountainous areas. Like the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. The coldness will prolong the growing time for the Arabica, hence maturation of the what? Of the sugars, flavors and everything in the coffee. So the coffee will take long to mature, but you have better quality, like very mature and good coffee.
But if you to set up a coffee shop, which coffee would you decide to use? If you're in Uganda right here.
If I'm in Uganda, actually I will go for both.
Okay, now you're doing a blend, like the CEO of Clear Coffee, Ronnie Mahomes, said they do a blend. What happened to doing single origin coffees?
Well, to my own understanding, I think single origin coffees for the people that are into specialty. You really want to get more details about this coffee.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaking about specialty, to my understanding, I think specialty is like how we determine the best coffee.
Actually, very many school of thoughts have come in describing or redefining what specialty coffee is. Living along how it scores on the cupping score, like 80, 85, going upwards to 92 or to 100%. Yeah.
Okay, specialty coffee for you who's watching us, if you don't know specialty coffee. Specialty coffee is that type of coffee when it's graded or when it's cupped, it scores 85 and above.
And it must have less or minimum defects.
So the defects we're talking about, if you're drinking like this cup of coffee and you taste something that's not good, that's a defect, right?
Defect like earthy, smoky, taste.
For you who's watching us, if you taste your coffee and you feel like, you taste like it's earthy, it's, what's the other term one?
Potato flavor.
That's a defect
undesirable flavors or flavors that you get like, this coffee is bad.
This coffee is bad. Read through your comments a little bit on Facebook. We have Saddam who is in Dubai watching us right now. He says, having the best coffee in Uganda makes me proud, and the fact that I am in Dubai, it gives me a mileage so that I'm recognized as a barista who's making the best coffee in Dubai from Uganda. Actually, these people make coffee which is sourced from different areas. They get coffee from Guatemala, Burundi, Rwanda,
Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda.
Which is a bad thing in Uganda because we're only using our coffee. Even the coffee we source from out there is not that good. They give us that premium coffee because we don't want to incur the cost. Is that the reason why? That we don't want to buy the best coffee down here from other regions?
Beg your pardon?
Like, is it because we're not buying this best coffee? Because we all know Brazilian coffee is good, Guatemala coffee is good, Ethiopia coffee is good. But we don't want to buy that best quality of coffee so that we can compare it down here in our coffee shops in Uganda. Is it because it's too expensive? Or we just don't want to incur that cost?
One is, okay, those are foreign coffees. They're very expensive, if I'm to say. Okay, like for our case as Wild, we source, we have foreign coffees. We have coffee from Rwanda, we have coffee from Burundi and Congo. So when you look at this person bringing this coffee close to you, he or she is putting in much. Remember, taxes, those few costs that come in. So by the time a bag is processed, roasted, and everything, it's very costly.
All right, Ibra, I want you to look into that camera and tell that farmer right over there, tell that business person right over there, how they should make sure that we are in the top 5. We want to leave the top 10.
Top 10?
Yeah, and
top 3. Top 3.
What they should do to have the best coffee in Uganda?
One,
and the world at large.
Attention to details when growing, processing the coffee. Yes. Make sure that when you're growing the coffee, give it all the best that you can. Give it manure, prune it, desiccate, like take care of the garden very well. When it comes to harvesting, harvest on the red ripe cherries. Why? You're going to get good quality coffee at the end, and you're going to secure the other unripe coffee so that by the time you finish up with this lot, you'll have another coffee to harvest rather than stripping. Yeah. Then another thing, processing. I would advise farmers in Uganda to do more research or to consult people that are so well informed, experienced with modern or new technologies in coffee. Like I personally, yes, I did biotechnology and I'm not working in this research institutes and all that crap because I really want to cause an impact with this biotechnology knowledge into the coffee industry. For example, processing, the honey processing, fermentation part of it is a very, very key point in processing coffee.
Okay, Ibra, thank you for coming through on the coffee break. It's always a pleasure having you on the coffee break. Well, guys, it's the discussion that we need to carry on our Twitter handle, that's at House of Talent Uganda, and also on our Facebook. Let's keep the engagement coming because we need to make sure that we stay in the top 10. Or we need to go in the top 5. We're already in the
top 3. Why am I saying top 3? Because as I was watching those World Barista competitions, there is a guy who came to Uganda, CP Falls, and sourced Ugandan coffee, and he used it in the World Barista competitions.
Wow, you can imagine how our coffee is going far and wide, worldwide. That's why we are ranked as number 8. Well, guys, we thank you for having joined us today on the House of Talent television. This has been the coffee break, and my name is Amon Mukisa. I'll be seeing you next weekend. Have a nice weekend.
It is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela and welcome to this first edition of 2021 right here in Kampala, straight from the capital city of Uganda to the rest of the world. It is the Creative Industry Talk, and in the studio today we're going to be talking everything art and creative minds. The creative minds all across the world are often described as very complex people, difficult people to deal with. But when the world needs to, sort out a crisis like coronavirus, they always look for the creative minds to communicate, to sing, to talk about the situation surrounding us. But there are quite often people who are good at giving everybody a moment of happiness, passing on the information that we need to pass on. But when they move from the public space and they go back to depression, confusion, distraction, and quite often they end up with a messed up situation in life. But today in the studio, I bring you the one person who has been able to change this mindset and has been working hard to make sure that the creative art industry in Uganda actually find a meaningful place in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, and live on Twitter, is the CEO and the founder of Baimba Festival, Baimba International Festival. Faisal, welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
You okay? Hey, listen, we don't greet you. It's supposed to bomb. Yes.
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been good. I've had enough time to rest over this lockdown.
Okay.
But I've also realized that it has been exhausting because it was kind of testing to get me into an understanding of how to not be always on the road,
yes.
Not to plan too much, but at the same time you have to keep up with the pace because at the end of the day you have bills to pay and you have a team of staff to take care of and the community of artists to think forward for. So it's been a busy but also relaxing moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. This platform on Azul Talent Television exists to talk about art and everything to do with art and everything to do with creative minds.
Sure.
And today we're having you on the show. We started this program with one of your staff, Aman Kabobi.
He migrated.
Yes, he migrated to the US and left us here and said that he will be joining later on, but as of now, he's a bit busy. So we couldn't also continue during the lockdown because a lot of things happening, and then we went into elections and stuff like that. Now, we bring you into the studio. But first, before I take you into this conversation, I want to just, share a little bit about Faisal out there. To all of you who are watching the show, Faisal Chiwewa is born of 1983 and is the founder of Baimba Cultural Festival that happens straight out of Kampala. He's the artistic director of Baimba, which is an annual festival that happens every year. Before coronavirus came in, it was rocking and it was going places and taking us all across the world. But Faisal doesn't stop there. He's also been around, the creative minds that formed Dodoa, if you are aware of Dodoa, which is going to share with us the performing art in East Africa. And he markets the art 7 years in a row and counting, right?
Yeah.
Of Dodoa. But also is part of the creator of the Kampala International Theatre Festival, which is also rocking. So all of this form who Faisal is. So he's not just a person who is talking about the industry without full understanding of it. He lives it, he breathes it every single day, or breathing it every single day. And today on the show we're going to be talking about the situation surrounding the art industry in Uganda. If you look at our screen here, we're talking about the attitude and perception of the creative minds in Africa. But we're starting from Uganda. Faisal,
yes.
We want to dig deep into your life right away. In a nutshell, who is Faisal Chiwewa? Where do you come from? Who are you? What are you?
Yeah, I'm aging, as you can see. I was born in '83. I've been around in the arts since a very young age. I have invested my youth in developing the creative arts and championing most of the ideas and concepts that have been driving around the concept, the innovation and the creativity and the vibrancy of the sector locally, a little bit regionally as well. And I also contribute a lot on the other international level when it comes to our peers around the world that do exactly like what we're doing. I have been working. I started Baimba in 2006, and since then, as a retired artist, because I retired,
yes.
I stopped my own musical career in 2005, and I felt like I needed to fix some of the things that were challenging me as an artist, and I thought that I could not take my career further for two reasons. One, I thought that if you want to do something for others, you first have to leave it, but then give them the space. And then two, I felt like I cannot present others when I'm also presenting myself or need to be presented. So I wanted to give space for
those or myself to be convinced that I can be able to freely and genuinely present others, as well as not being an artist, but also having lived the idea of being an artist. So I started in theater when I was 6 years old, and I grew up into music. I studied at Police Student School on scholarship for music, dance, drama. I've done it all. I've studied film. So if I fail with Baimba, I'll start making films as my next backup career. I've done films, I've done theater, and I think the advantage that gives me the opportunity to be multidisciplinary in thought, but also in doing the work I do, is because I've pretty much lived all the genres. Yes. I've been a musician, I've been an actor, I've been in theater, I've danced, I've done it. So it really gives me that foundation. I don't mean I know it all. Yeah. That's why I work with a team of people who have more time and experience in focusing on the details of a specific genre. Yeah. But it also helps me to that I'm not lost in conversation when we're talking about it. You know, I want to program so and so. What is the challenge? I look at things from an artistic perspective, but also from a programming perspective, to see that we don't get lost in when we are doing things. So that's a little bit of my confusion.
Wow, it's not really confusing. Thank you for joining Pfizer. That right there is Pfizer Chiwewa, and we're going to dive into our conversation right now. So I want you to share this video far wide, because we want everyone to participate in this conversation. Now, the event industry remained closed thanks to COVID-19, and everyone in that space is struggling to make ends meet. The creative writers who write scripts and script movies and TV plays and playwriters are all stuck because the public space is still not available for them.
But I think in this conversation, I think we have to know that despite the fact that the playwrights and the script writers are suffering, yes, they still had an opportunity to sit home and work, and develop content. Yes. But the most affected people are the actors. Yes. Just the mere actors who depend on content written by playwrights. Yes. Those really suffered more, because they had nowhere to go. Because you can't act if you don't have work to act from. Yes, I can sit home and write a script and can write 10 during the lockdown. But the person acting needs your script, and there was no way they could act. So that was a very big blow to most of those people.
And I think it's still going on, Faisal. That former conversation today, we want to dive to what we called the attitude and perception of these people. Yeah. Just before COVID-19 came into play, the industry was vibrant, was beginning to pick up. Very vibrant. I want you to share with us your story, particularly the story behind Bayimba Festival. What inspired Bayimba Festival and Bayimba International Cultural Festival? What inspired it to be what it is today that we now enjoy, and where do we see ourselves with the advent of COVID-19 coming into the play?
Yeah. Bayimba started, our first edition was in 2008, and it was built on the concept that there was a lot that was missing in the industry. There was a lot that was missing in the sector. By then, it's now growing. It's gradually moving into an industry. And what drove it was really, first of all, there was not a multidisciplinary platform. Yeah. Most of the events that we saw, Chibunda, Tobero, what else was there? Yeah. They were really discipline specific. You had the dance week was purely contemporary. Ichtobero was purely that folklore, kind of music. So there was no platform where artists could come together as from different multi-disciplines. And that was the driving force, because it was something different, something new, that we wanted to bring together dancers, fashion designers, filmmakers, musicians, to be in the same space.
I'm taking note of what you're saying, yes.
And I remember it was very challenging to sell to anyone, even to myself. Because first of all, I was young. I think I was 22. I was just, I didn't know what to tell people that what I was working on. And sponsorship was very difficult. But when we started, we needed to set a bar, and that bar was set from the onset, from the beginning. We wanted to create a platform where people can come together, freely enjoy art and learn from it, exchange, collaborate, and participate in it. And that's how we continued. So now we are 13 editions down the road. The platform has grown, but it has also offered more other opportunities. So as Bayimba, as a foundation, we are a foundation. We have so many other branches that we do. The foundation has an academy, and this academy focuses on teaching music. At the moment, we have a 2-year curriculum for both music teachers and musicians. The reason we set up this curriculum, and it took us over 10 years to work with our partners in Germany. This curriculum was set up when we realized that most of the teachers in school that teach music, even on one-on-one, they don't really understand the methodologies of teaching music. And it's not only about learning how to crack a guitar, but there's also the theory, the rhythms, the body percussion. So this curriculum is fully fledged for that purpose, and it's under the Bayimba Academy. And we do also a lot of trainings at journalism, photography. We do all sorts of things through the Bayimba Academy. So anything educational goes through the academy. And then we have the Bayimba Festival. Of course, it's the most vibrant activity of the organization because that's where everyone goes and comes. And then we have we have Doa Doa, which started after we realized that we had gotten a lot of people in the industry that want to perform, and they could not all wait for Bayimba. Nyege Nyege was just starting, so it wasn't really sounding yet. So we thought that when we start a market where we can invite other programmers from the region, from the rest of the world, they can come and see these artists and book them for their venues and their shows. And it has started working. So we invite festival organizers, we invite venue owners, we invite programmers and bookers to come, and then also do a bit of collaboration. So Doa Doa is a very significant platform for artists in East Africa to be able to be working within the region. Also, the other thing that Doa Doa really added to was this whole notion of a tour circuit within the region. Because most artists always looked up to Europe, America. I want to get a gig in a festival in Europe. I want to get a gig. But when you look around the region, it is we have over 100 festivals in East Africa. Over 100 festivals. And all these are opportunities. So if an artist has an opportunity to perform at each and every one of these festivals, they don't need to work. So the whole year is booked for them, but they don't know who is doing what. So what we are doing with Doa Doa is we're trying to set up this circuit because we know if you're coming from Dar es Salaam, you can stop over in Arusha and perform at a partner venue or at Alliance. You can come to Nairobi and perform at Roots Retreat. You can come to Kisumu, there is a venue. You can come to Kampala, go to Kigali, go to Bujumbura. So there is a whole way that we can facilitate artists so that they don't only look up to going to Europe where they can't access. So this is where we've been working with Bayimba, and we are still putting up new initiatives, and we hope that we will manage to continue adding on to the sector. Coming now to COVID, of course, I mean, everyone has tested the shock, the reality
of COVID-19.
The reality of COVID, and it has hit us hard, really hard. And I'm sure many festivals are not going to come back after these 2 years. I think it's going to take us to another year. And when we started, we're all like 6 months. Give me, just give it a few months. It will go. We'll come back. Trust now. Because the whole entire ecosystem has been disrupted. The whole entire, value chain of festivals has been disrupted. You can be better with the sound, but then you're going to suffer with the sanitizer. You can be better with this, but then you're going to suffer with this. So we need to rethink. I look at this COVID situation the way we looked at the 9/11 situation. Or the bombings in Kampala during the 2010 World Cup. It changed the way we organize festivals. Of course, we continued because that was a security issue. But now we still have the security issues, and we have now the health issues. So the investment we need to put up for us to come back again, to be sure that people are safe and healthy, and they're not going to conduct any kind of spread diseases among each other, be safe, the investment is going to double. Yet the economy is shrinking. No one is going to invest 100 million in a festival now because they are like, I'm saving for the future, you know, I need to employ more people, I need to cut off more people. So this is where we are. And I think it's going to be really, really hard for us to start again.
Wow.
And we need to start because the sector needs us, the industry needs us, the artists need us, but the starting point is going to be really tricky.
Wow. Hold it right there, Faisal. We're going for a break, and when we come back, Faisal will be telling us more about how this will play into the attitude and perception of an artist, given the COVID-19 situation, given the preamble and the background that Faisal has just given us. We will be able to come back, and Faisal will break down what is it when he says we need to start now and we need to begin now. We need to get back now, we need to start now. What do we need to do? Where does that leave you, who is an actor, who is a writer, who is a venue owner, who is you know, a sponsor? Where does that leave you? What does it mean to be in that space? Stay right there. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, hosting the one and only Faisal Chiwewa, the director of Baiba Foundation, right here in the studio. We'll be right back after the break.
Make our entry. We not give a damn who the best be. We not give a damn who the best be.
ngapha basele man baphizi bazama ukubamba uphunyuka bemphethe man konke sekumhlophe njenge-cherry faka ikhala man basasobona likhulu lesi siqala kusisi siphetho man rap is a jungle killer be killed I'm just moving on a slow pace steady the clever taking drunk behind my back I guess I'm born to lead labo clever can't rap they just puke on the beat I'm on it rappers confused basibizoma ngoba neyakusi jika maji ubenzela manga manje bakhala ngepi Never was a cast of drop it versus his MOP. Yes, I can eat rappers all day. Bingo, bullet young daddy summer come and busy fico. I was a galang my son is in my pillow. I'm busy die hat to manka full of futumino. Ichi Marco Sebuse, never make us to look. Madam Zella and James so I can get a pizza. Drifter, shifter, was a mobile mixer. When the full of melanana. Okay, Fagumoy, Fagumoy, Fagumoy. Tila nyonja ehlash, fagumoy, fagumoy, fagumoy. Getting corn to the fullest, ichi makuse, never make us ulume. Madam Zella and James, so I can get a pizza. Drifter, shifter, was a mobile mixer. When the full of melanana. Okay, fagumoy, fagumoy, fagumoy. Tila nyonja ehlash, fagumoy, fagumoy, fagumoy. Getting corn to the fullest. Never make us ulume. Madam Zella and James, so I can get a pizza. Drifter, shifter, was a mobile mixer. When the full of melanana. Okay, fagumoy, fagumoy, fagumoy. Now till I get a flash. Fagumoy, fagumoy, fagumoy. Getting corn to the fullest.
We play two styles. We play reggae vibes, and we also have our own music style, which we call boot jazz.
Yes.
It's a mixture of African rhythm and jazz.
Just speaking English cause I just want to understand the same. Speaking my language so that I understand it. I went to school and I learned everything in English. It was so difficult for me to understand, wasn't my language. Oh, mama told me my son better go to school for a better future.
So what's your experience in 2011 Bayimba concert?
Wow, frankly, I have to say this is one of the best events that as a Malawian band has joined and has also participated. We have international festivals, yes, but this one is one of the best in this year, 2011.
It's a fantastic festival because this time around it's got more artists of different genres, and also like for example having Sebata here after I've just played like blues and funk and that kind of thing, and there's hip hop, there's a whole hip hop stage this time around, and mixed wild music, you know, it's a whole mixing pot, and also with the other arts that are going on, you know, the stalls around, so people can get to appreciate.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk, and in the studio with me is the director and the founder and the CEO of Bayimba Cultural Festival, the Bayimba International. Faisal, welcome back from that break.
Thank you.
When we went for a break, we played some really interesting video coming from the 2017.
Yeah.
What does that make you feel like, Faisal?
Now that I can't have it,
yes.
Of course, it's saddening. It's you know, when you're in this business, it's like a drug. You know, you always, when you see people, the reason why we do what we do is not only to have artists perform and earn from it, but also to see our audiences having fun, enjoying the experience. And we have a very experiencing audience, and that means that now that we can't do it, it feels like, when are we going to get back to that?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to the day.
Yes.
So, but again, we also stand in solidarity with the rest of the world, because we put people's health first, and we know we miss the experience we always offer, but it's also good that we keep people healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Faisal, when you say that we need to get back and we need to get back now, we are seeing a lot of situation where artists, particularly the actors, are losing it.
Yeah.
The musicians are losing it. And both the secular musicians and also the gospel artists and everyone is losing it. And the hope was that if they go back to what they used to do as God-given talent and gift to do these things, there will be sanity in their life. How fast and what measures do we have put in place for us to go back, and why do you want us to go back? Is it because of the attitude and perception that is changing?
No, I mean, there are different levels or different categories here. They are the artists, and then there are us, the programmers,
yes,
and then the regulators, that's the government.
Yeah.
So these three bodies have to understand each other and work together towards a common goal. The common goal is to get people to work like we do. Of course, art is not essential, as it's stated, as it's been clear, but I think it's important that we understand that there are also lives, whose lives also matter, that they need to be considered, because this is the profession, and we know it. It's not that it's rocket science or they just dropped out of the space. We know this is how they survive, this is what they live on. They are not supported like, you know, what other governments do is to support a certain, you know, a certain percentage of their livelihood. So if government is not supporting them, if the industry is not able to function, that means they are going to have more, we're going to have more problems, more
And also, for me, the challenge is that you can have the problem and know that maybe if I get to this level of this problem, I'll get help. But there's also no mental health place to go to support you through that problem.
Yes.
So we are in a circle of problems that are never ending. But I think we need to understand that these creatives need to be thoughtful. They need to be helped. And the government has to think, now that the possibility of people meeting, observing social distancing, and having at least 200 people, it's good enough. Even if every artist has 100 people per gig a week, it will help them to get back to their lives. But it's getting worse, and not only just because of their mental health, but also, you know, the people around them.
The livelihood of these people.
You see one artist,
that's where their earning is.
Yeah, when you see one artist, you have no idea the chain behind that artist. You know, all the managers, the musicians, the composers, the studio producers, and stuff like that. So it's really, really important that we think about this chain of workers. Yeah.
Okay, Faisal, do you think that government or the regulators or the public or the people really understand artists? Because some of the people in our authority today are saying that these are drunkards, these are messed up people, these are drug abusers. And do we understand that these people didn't get to drugs because they wanted to get to drugs, but because something else gone into their life? Do they understand?
I know, but what is interesting is that I've met so many regulators that have their kids and say, oh, Faisal, my son is a painter. You know, my daughter bakes cakes, or she's a fashion designer. Yeah. Do you think, you know?
There's a space for her.
Exactly. Yes. Those questions happen in the corridors after
but they ask these questions and then they forget.
Exactly. Then when you come to her as a fashion designer, young, from Makerere, you've put up something and tell her, oh, I would like, then they look at you like, then I don't know what the problem is. I don't know, to be honest, because they do have people who do this work themselves. They're their children, you know. And then when they're responsible for the industry, they don't see their children in those positions. Very few. Yeah. Of course, some of them just, but very few think about when they see someone on the street struggling or carrying a guitar, they don't see their son and daughters. Yeah. You know, they only see that they are. I think it's a problem that. But I think some of our friends in the regulatory bodies are starting to understand. Yeah. Of course, they have also been, you know, there are certain things they don't call art, like it's art, and they have invested in them. Some of them have invested in multimedia platforms. They have invested in studios. They have invested in production equipment. And they see that it's not working. And they need to pay back the money. So they are starting to understand that, oh, by the way, you know, this business is a 360 and it needs to be thought through, not just by, I'm a musician, I'm a filmmaker, I only care about film. No, you have to think around the industry as a whole, because a filmmaker does not work alone. They work with the, you know, composer, they work with screenwriter, they work with playwrights, the literature and all that stuff. So they have to really understand. The only thing I find missing is that we all do what we do without understanding why we are doing it. And when we are assessing ourselves at Bimba, we always think of what is our contribution to the sector? What are we going to contribute in the next 5 years? Where are we going to put our money? And I think also government needs to help us understand, because it's government that sets the pace. And if they can tell us that this is the creative industry, this is the creative sector, this is where it is, you know, if they could help us with that assessment of understanding who is doing what does Eddie do in Kampala, who is doing the same in Gulu, who is doing the same in Mbale, how can these know each other, interconnect, collaborate, and exchange? And there, it gives us an overview of knowing, if I put more money in music, maybe I should think about contemporary dance, maybe I should think about theater, maybe I should think about literature. So that overview is lacking, and it challenges institutions to think, where should I invest? So we find ourselves making an effort to say, okay, let's study, let's have a scope of the sector, and then we can put our money where, but not everyone does that. So you find someone investing in a workshop year in, year out, year in, year out, but what does it add on? Where does it take the sector and the industry? I think we need to understand that, and to do that, we need to work together. We need to be on the same table. It doesn't matter whether you're suffering now or you'll suffer tomorrow or you're still well off. We're all in the same boat, and we need to create a vision for this industry, and this vision has to be jointly owned. It has to be shared, you know, by all the stakeholders, and that will give us an opportunity to progress, to move forward, and do not be shocked again if another pandemic comes. Because we are all in shock, not only us, the whole world is in shock. We don't know how to deal with it. We don't know, we didn't plan for it. No one knew it was coming, but now we are in it. How can we make sure that we put some preventative measures that in the near future, if something like this comes in, we are prepared to go through it.
Faisal, thank you very much for this. I want us to tackle a little bit about the attitude and perception of artists. I want the team, can you just put that up there on the screen? I wanted to just put it up here on the screen so we can talk about this a little bit more. We're going to spend about 2 to 3 minutes or 5 minutes of, in fact, cut into that and just give us that video right there so we can take Faisal back in 2001 when it was.
We play reggae vibes, and we also have our own music style, which we call boot jazz. It's a mixture of African rhythm and jazz.
To speak in English cause I just want to understand the same. Speaking my language so that I understand it. I went to school and I learned everything in English. It was so difficult for me to understand, wasn't my language. Oh, mama told me my son better go to school for a better future.
So what's your experience in 2011 Bayimba concert? Wow, frankly, I have to say this is one of the best events that as a Malawian band has joined and has also participated. We have international festivals, yes, but this one is one of the best in this year, 2011.
It's a fantastic festival because this time around it's got more artists of different genres, and also like for example having Sebata here. After I've just played like blues and funk and that kind of thing, and there's hip hop. There's a whole hip hop stage this time around, and mixed world music. You know, it's a whole mixing pot, and also with the other arts that are going on. You know, the stalls around, so people can get to appreciate different forms of art. You know.
This is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life, because different artists come to showcase their talents, yeah, different bands, different music genres and all that for free, which is good for the free public being there. So it's really, really nice, because they get to build on their fan base as much as get to entertain their fans. You get them. I think this time it's been better than it's been before. The sound is good, the lighting is better, and I think even the effects of the sound has been much better than it was last year.
It's been a great show. They've given opportunity to the mainstream artists, and I think it's great. They should take a bit of that direction. I enjoyed Sebata yesterday. I've enjoyed guys from TZ and Malawi, and they're doing a bit of bongo flavor. So I'm really glad that it's no longer world music only. Yeah, I think it's a good direction to take.
I think this year we had bigger bands from abroad and home. We had Ingoni, Muzungu Kicha, Body Mind and Soul, bands from Canada, and of course, bad weather. The rain was...
Well, welcome back. You have seen that video from way back in 2001, Faisal.
Yeah.
And 2011, actually. 2011. Tell us something. There is a discussion around the artist and the perception, the attitude and the perception of artists all across. Can you put that up on the screen here, please? The attitude and perception of artists have been a huge discussion in the media. Of how the artists have a very bad attitude towards, event organizers like you, or creators like you, or the people. And somebody says that their attitude in COVID-19 has changed from where they were before. And earlier on you were saying that it took you about 3 years to program Lord Sebata to have him there. What do you have to say about that experience? Why do they think the way they think?
You know, I think it's not really their fault, I would say, because we make them who they are. That's the fact. It's the audiences that makes the artists. Of course, as a creative process, they put in a lot in terms of creating the content that we like. But then if we are not there to support that that creativity that they offer, then they don't have anything to back on with. So I think the attitude come in when anyone can start as a normal person once they are loved and they are liked, and then, you know, things change. You know, you get into that mode of being, it's like being a politician. Yes. You get hooked to it. So they also get hooked to that. But I think COVID has, you know, has humbled us, and even not before that, because I remember, I remember when I was telling you about Sebata's story, because when I was learning music, Sebata and Kafero, these were my musical teachers. And every time as I was young, I used to go back to him, since 2009 actually, go back to him and tell him, Mzee, I would like you to come to my festival. I would like to have you on Bayimba. And he was like, no way, what is that, you know? Then I went back the following year, till I sent someone older than me to go and talk to him and tell him, the boy wants you to come to Bayimba. Why are you hesitating? And then he was like, I'm not sure. Until 2011, I think, was his first show at Bayimba. And when after the show, the following day, he called me and told me, I want to have lunch. And like, I was so impressed. The young people, I didn't know these young people, I'd never seen them. And it was because of, he hadn't lived the experience and he wasn't open to that. But then later on, he realized that actually I delayed myself. So I think in this all attitudes with artists, it comes with how the audiences treats them, the pressure. They have so much pressure to live that life that they need to live. And so many of them also have a lot of issues to deal with at home, and you know, so it boils up to that. They have to live up to the expectations, as well as, you know, making sure that the fans don't understand what's going on in their lives at the end of the day. It's not very common here to find artists committing suicide or falling apart and stuff, but it's very common in the Western world and in America. Most young people really, it's also because of drugs, but again, it goes back to the pressure, the pressure that they live on. So that's where it is. COVID has humbled them because they realized there was no backup. They didn't plan it. And I think it has really made them to understand that without those audiences, and now they have to think better and plan better their lives to be sustainable. So yeah, it's been a learning lesson for everyone, not only the artists, but everyone has learned the hard way, and I think we do better next time.
Wow. That said, Faisal, I want us to talk about, you've given us the perspective of attitude from the artist, but also there's a perspective of attitude from the old to the young who are in the art industry. The old don't seem to understand the young. And they're not willing to give the young the space and time to discuss some of the ideas that they have.
I don't think so. I think it's a matter of respect.
Okay.
I've worked with musicians from Moses Matovu, I think is one of the most respected musicians in the country, to Matia Kakumirizi, to Misuso Yasega Mwenge, to Sebata. These guys are very humbled. They are ready to share because they have seen, they know that they need also to leave a legacy. But I think what keeps them a little bit hesitant is the attitude that the young artists come with. And and I also don't blame them because they live up to the pressure. You will find Sebata dressed the same way you saw him 10 years ago. Of course, he will be smart in his way, but that's his dress code. You know, he dresses, tucks in, and then you come with your torn jeans because that's what's trending. He looks at you like, what? You know? So it's that, and then you're not humbling, you're not able to level with him. It becomes difficult for them to feel needed or wanted to be collaborated with. So this, for me, I think it's the respect issue, where I really think artists need to start understanding. I saw a video of this Nigerian kid, what is his name? The most popular kid, when he was performing at an award in Lagos, he knelt before the Igwe. And everyone was like, wow, you know, how can, what is his name?
Banabo?
No, not Banabo, the small one, the young one.
Oh, forgotten his name, yes.
Yeah, and he knelt before the Igwe, and he continued, and everyone was like, that is respect. Respect, and it's not that everyone has to kneel, but I think when you know that, I would like to work with Fred, how do I approach Fred? What is his life? So do some bit of research, or if you can't, find someone within your management to do some bit of research. Many people who are like collaborative, Joel is doing an album now, and is featuring Moses Matov. Because they speak the same language, you know what I mean? So it's very, very possible for artists to understand that yes, you can be a top star, but the idea of being a human and respectful is very, very important when you're in this industry. And if you want to be able to be appreciated across the board, you have to be able to balance your lifestyle with those others that you need. Because, you know, when people grow, they what do they call it, entondo in English?
Yes, yes.
You know, they get to that level, like, oh, okay, he doesn't.
Seen it up, I don't want to do this thing again. I've gotten to this.
You give
level.
them that, and then you can be successful and easy to go.
Wow. Faisal, I want you to hold it right there. We're going to take a small coffee break so that Faisal can have his coffee and you too can have a cup of coffee. And when we come back, Faisal will speak to us for the next 10 minutes as we bring the show to a close. But that part of the show, Faisal is going to tell us more about, one, how can we work together as an industry. He's also going to touch on the creative industry from the visual art, point of view. They are also having a lot of issues. Many of the marketing and communication industry as budgets have seen their budgets cut. And there's been a whole lot of talk about people not being creative enough, not communicating enough, so clients going back in-house to do things their way. And Faisal interact with all of these people, and he has training, always workshops going on all across the country. He's going to share more on that one. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
Hi, my name is Chila.
This is Red Rat from Borderman and so. This is your boy Salvador, the only Westerner from West 9.
Susan Caronan. Donna Michelle coming all the way from Canada.
Road Freddy Sebata. Kaskazozi, and here at the Baimba.
Baimba.
Sponsor 2011. And you're glued to Double XL.
Double XL.
Double XL.
XXL.
XXL.
XXL. XXL. Season 2.
Era Wendy, Atenchari Wonyo. Booyah! Well, you're glued to Double XL Season 2, of course, proudly powered by Uganda Telecom. Is all about you. It's the Glass House right here at the Baimba concert. And with me, Borderman and so Malawi. What's your take on the Baimba concert 2011? Vibes are good.
Welcome back. This is the Creative Industry Talk, and in the studio right here in Kampala, live on Facebook and live on YouTube and live on Twitter, wherever you are. Faisal Chiwewa, the founder of Baimba International Festival, is in the studio and sharing with us his heart and of course how we can get our art industry really better going forward. And we're just starting the conversation. Faisal will be coming back here every single week for the next couple of days in a series of discussion on how we can get back the creative industry back to its feet and back to business. And if you have ideas, please share it with Faisal. Faisal, before we went for a break, you had given us a very good analogy on the attitude and perception. I want you to share with us a little bit quickly about what are you doing right now to put us back?
Yeah. As COVID has given us an opportunity to think through what we are doing, and I think everyone has done that, families and all creatives. There's been a lot of content being created, and even as for Baimba, we realized that, okay, we were very much vibrant because of the festivals now that we can't have, but we are also very concerned about the sustainability of the industry, as well as our relevancy with within the sector and to the artists that we serve. It has been our concern. That's why we try to support them with food and all that stuff. But also we say that we shouldn't stop there. So we've been working on a number of initiatives that we have been creating. And one of them, we are going to launch it very soon. It's called an UMVA platform. This UMVA platform is like an eBay that we've been setting up. It's been a 6 months work of setting up this system. And it's going to be just selling art online, visual art. We've started with visual arts and paintings. And the reason why we started with visual arts is because we are testing this version 1.0 is going to focus on that. Then we'll add on other things like refurbished instruments, if you want to sell your old guitar, if you want to sell your strings, so things like that. But it's almost like 85% done. And within that platform, there is also a crowdfunding platform. So people who have projects now that we are coming out of COVID, you want to record an album, you want to write a play, you want to put a production, you don't have capital, you need 5 million, 10 million, you can raise it amongst your people. Most of the crowdfunding platforms are American, Europe
based, yes.
Yeah, so you need to have at least contact or an account there. But now we've developed one where you can even send money by mobile.
Wow.
So I can
Locally
contribute
here,
locally here.
Wow.
And that's something that we've really put in. So we know when people come back to work, they will need to finance their work. And that will help them to do what? To kickstart working with their people. So that platform will be launched very soon. And then we also thought about distribution. Of course, digital distribution is a big issue. Of course, some of the artists who have established have put their work on YouTube, iTunes, and stuff like that. But they don't earn from their distribution collections. So we've partnered with Sony and Orchard, and we are testing. I think by the end of this month will be done. We'll start helping artists to distribute their music and collecting that money and giving it to them directly. So this is also where we think it can help so that people don't lose. I know so many artists. Of course, the popular ones are okay. They know what to do. But, you know, the Kadongo Kamu artists, those who have, you know, they don't know how to deal with this technology. And they keep losing out a lot of money. So we want to target those folks. And then the other thing is, of course, the most brilliant long-term project is the Baimba Center, which we have finished almost the master plan for it. And we are trying to see what we can start to do slowly by inviting artists in residence to come and create work you can come if you need a place to rehearse or work from, you don't need to pay. So we are developing this space for them.
Wow. Faizo, our time is fast spent here, but thank you very much. If you're following, that is the reason why this particular program exists, is so that creators and directors and founders and business owners can come here and actually share their heart with us and tell us what they are planning in this, you know, COVID situation going forward. And the Creative Industry Talk is open for everyone. I just want to give you one question very quickly, which came from someone, and we'll close up with the design art, which talked about the posters. You're seeing this on the screen. This is an artist who has put his work out there, and many of them were locked up in a situation where there was no, you know, space for them to, you know, have this kind of work to put out. Musicians are not working, so which means there are no posters going out, no creative communication going out. But I want to give you a question. Somebody, when we went to a break, I have 3 questions for you. One, maybe we can answer them together. Can you ask Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the show. Can you please ask Faizo about what plan does he have, you know, to develop musicians who can go and sell our art out, who will not be trying to be America's wannabes or the Europe wannabes, but actually can go and sell our own like Nigeria is doing. Nigeria has left us. What are you doing as Baimba and you know, as the organization and many other people in that space to help us? He's basically saying many of our music is about, you know, copycat, paste there, and we're not selling our own authentic things. And then the other one says, thank you very much for bringing Faizo into the studio. Eddie, I want you to ask Faizo this question for me. One, we don't have our own sound for music. I'm talking from the music point of view in Uganda. And for a long time, we've been talking about this. Everybody does their own thing. Can we see something coming from Baimba? Do we have any plan so that we can have our own sound? He talked about Lord Sebata, he talked about Moses Matovo. These are elders in the industry. Can he bring them together so that we can start talking about the sound of Uganda? Well, I guess this is a much bigger, you know, discussion for you. And the last one saying that
The likes of Faizo are really God-given talent to Uganda, and people who are thinking ahead of their time. He's too young to be thinking about this. Eddie, thank you for bringing Faizo into the studio, and I really love this program. I hope it can bring out as many people as possible. My question is to Faizo. Can he bring together people like Richard Kawesa, who was thinking of something, he has participated in some of these things, on the table, so we can talk about the identity of the Ugandan music and the identity of the Ugandan art going out. We don't have it. People take things from us and rebrand it and sell it. Ugandan artists are not very good at putting and branding their product going out. I think this launches us to the creative design that we talk about. But first, answer them.
Yeah, I think quickly developing, putting our music out there. One of the challenges that we face is that our artists have not mastered the craft of distributing their music.
Yeah.
It's the most important thing. I've never been to Davido or whoever's concert, but I listen to the music because it's everywhere on YouTube. It's everywhere on iTunes. Recently, during COVID, I make playlists and I share with my friends. And then I was looking for Jose Chameleon's Essential.
Nowhere to be found.
I could not. I was surprised. I was like, on iTunes, Jose Chameleon is a legend, but he has no essentials on iTunes. Do you know how much money is losing out?
I know.
You know, so this is the problem. So people need to know that you have to have your marketing playbook. Yeah. Where can I get money? Not only on live shows, not only on clubs, but also where are other distribution channels that I can tap into, put my work there. Most people are always worried they are going to steal my song. They're going to steal. Yes, recently, under this new distribution partnership we have with Orchard and Sony, we put Sandra Subi's song, I think 4 days ago.
Yes.
I just got an update. It just got 4,000 streams.
Wow, Sandra
4,000
Subi
streams
right
in one
gospel artist.
In a few days.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and she was all over the moon. Her manager was telling me like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
So how do people get to know our music? By putting it out there. We are not going to develop a sound for Uganda. That is not a conversation we can even start having. It will never be. There will be no sound. There's no sound that is Nigerian. There's no sound that is, no, those artists come up with good music and they follow their rhythm. There are so many musicians in Nigeria who are great, but they don't all do Afrobeat.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that Afrobeat is Nigerian. No, it's a sound that someone defined and came up with. So we can't, I don't think it's possible for someone to create a sound for Uganda, because I don't think there is a sound specific. Musicians create work because that's how their process of creativity goes in. But I think we can have that conversation another time and think around the processes. But also the other thing is that we as Bayimba, we are presenters. We don't create content. So I cannot tell artists what to do. I can advise, I can speak with them, but I cannot tell them what to do because it's not my line of work. My work is like, the art is good, we're going to present it. Or we can commission something. But we are not we are not people who go to the studio and start directing, put that rhythm, put that song. No. I think it's also the importance of understanding our line of work and the work of artists, because when we start that, then we are encroaching onto the creative process of the artist. I love music from here. I think it can also go beyond. It's just not distributed enough. We just don't know how to put it out there. And if we start thinking, and given the idea that COVID has shown us that we need to be out there to compete with others, to level with the rest of the world, we'll start seeing some of Ugandan artists known.
All right. Faizo, our time is fast spent and we're coming to the last minute of the show. I want to ask you a question about the identity. Design identity for Uganda, somebody has already asked the question here, does not stand out. Identity is more or less what the first two questions they're asking about. But also, another question here from somebody talking about, he said the visual art sector of the art industry itself has suffered. The people who designed, creative communication, like the poster that we have here. And he's saying, do you have space for such people to express themselves and to come out? Because he's saying they are not usually quite very good. They get locked up in their own things, and sometimes it's very hard to spot them out. He's talking about the advertising industry in Uganda doesn't very much quite appreciate many of them. If they got into the art, into the add what you call the creative industry company, they get locked up there, they add.
I think,
what do you have for
them? I'm not sure what I have for them, but I think there is a lot of opportunities for artists, whether it doesn't matter what you do in this country. When I look at creative designers, and I'm like, do you know how many schools that don't have illustrated books? If you can just put your mind and say, okay, I'm going to illustrate the story of Chintu or Nambi or whatever, of course those small narratives are there, but there is so much you can do. You can even just do the day-to-day life and just publish a book. You don't need to go to wait for Coca-Cola to give you one advert a year, you know? You can think and say, again, we go back to the roadmap. Where do you want to go? Of course, the genre, the discipline you studied is great, but you're not going to only look out for billboards to design. You can also look at other things. Education needs a lot of work here. It needs a lot of material. So creative designers, I think it's really important that you also look at elsewhere. You know, I think you cannot just only survive on companies because they don't have money anymore and they're not advertising. Advertising for who? You know, people are not going to concerts, music shows are not happening. So let's try to look at other avenues. But I think as we are going to be continuing with this conversation, maybe we can dig deep a little bit more with time and see what opportunities we can talk about. But for now, for those who are doing creative work like this, we have a platform that we are setting up, as I said earlier. If you go to umvacreatives.com, you can see that it's starting to build up. There's already work that is there. We have not yet opened up for sale, but once we are going to open up in April, it will be able for someone to buy your work, rent it, and you know, whatever it would be. So that's what we are trying to do to help those that are not able to find market now during this lockdown time.
Wow. Well, you've had it from Faisal right there as his final word. Any parting shot today? What would be your one word wisdom?
It was really great to come here. I enjoyed the coffee and the studio space. It's amazing. Thanks so much.
All right, and to the young artists out there who listen to you today and doesn't know what to do and want to start now with what you have said, what should they do?
I don't know, because you know, definitely I get a lot of emails and like, I'm an artist, I sang a song 20 years ago. I think I don't know, because there's a lot of things that one needs. I think one of the things I realized that now, because having this Baimba Academy, I realized that sometimes artists don't know what they need, you know, and they keep forgetting that singing is not the only thing. You know, you can be a good singer, but it's also good to learn how to analyze, to produce, to play instruments, to know how rhythms work, to write. So if you're a good singer or musician or whatever, try also to, you know, encourage yourself to learn other things. That even marketing, you know, just learning how to market, so that when you have a manager, he's not gonna tell you everything what to do. Maybe it's not good, and we don't have very many managers here. So you can teach yourself some new things, new skills. It kind of helps to advance on your career.
Wow. Thank you very much, Faisal, for coming to the show.
Thank you.
And any of your 20-year song you would want to sing?
No.
Come on, Faisal.
That will never happen.
All right. Faisal, thank you very much for coming to the show. But we will make sure that Faisal sing at least sometime when he comes back to the show. And Faisal will be coming back to talk to us about Dodoa. And there are some great plans we learned that Faisal has coming up and the team at Dodoa. So I think take Faisal's advice to heart and make sure you put it to use, and you will never regret. This has been the Creative Industry Talk. Until next week on Tuesday, we hope to have Faisal back in the studio. Until then, God bless and have a good week ahead of you. Goodbye from Asia Edio Killer, Faisal Siwewa, Bayemba Festival. Until next week. Welcome to the Family Talk Show this week. My name is Eddie Okela, and it's yet another week, another challenge for your family right there, or another success for your family right there. And of course, this week on the show, we'll be discussing the role of fatherhood in our life. We are on that series of fatherhood, and of course, the topic is up there on the screen. And we want to start from a very light mode of things today by bringing you a man who is a man of coat of many colors. It's a nomination from the one and only Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe, who is a resident panelist on the Family Talk Show. Of course, holding down the fort on the 1 and 2 for Hassan Sekajolo, who is still recovering from his shoulder, dislocation as a result of that border accident. But Hassan is working behind the scene and putting things together with Pastor Joshua Mugabe. Now, today, Pastor Joshua Mugabe will not be joining us for the show. He is being a father somewhere, and the topic we're going to discuss today is a very interesting topic. If your father was not in your life, and you discovered that the father is not your father, or when your father is not your real father, how do you deal with the emotions later? Many of us have discovered that, man, that was not my dad, or he's not my dad, but you are there in that space. How do you cope up? How many questions pop in your head? Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the nomination and effectively representing the one and only Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe is the one called Slivin Gumisiriza. I hope I have gotten the name correct.
Very well, very well. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the show. And
Thank
the signature, this is signature is for Pastor Joshua Mugabe. You have to do it right because he must be watching this.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Great.
It's a privilege to be here.
Thank you very much to have you here, and we want to say thank you very much. The topic, Sylvain, is very interesting. But first we want to know, who is Sylvain in a nutshell?
Well, Sylvain is a very simple person. Sylvain Gumisiri are my names. I come all the way from Rukunjiri. I do not know how Joshua thought about this, but when he talked about the topic, I really resonated. I am in the IT field, but I'm also passionate about politics. And you can't talk about politics, you don't talk about people, and you can't talk about people, you don't talk about families.
Yeah.
I do private consultancies in project management, specifically leaning onto IT.
Yeah.
My passion is in politics. So if we can stabilize the politics, or if we can do the stabilization of politics right from stabilizing families, the better for me. That's a simple Sylvain. Really.
Wow. Well, and I think I like that, Sylvain, when you say if you can stabilize politics, then you will, if you stabilize family, you will stabilize politics. If family is not sorted out, then we will have a problem. Of course, we have had a situation of, big top names in politics having situation with their family affairs coming. I'm your son, you are not my son, you're not my daughter, you're not this. And it has caused a lot of problems in our society today. And politicians tend to have that quite a bit. Let's dig deep into this topic quite fast. Sylvain, if you were to find yourself in a situation where your father, that you know is your father and you've grown up knowing, later on turn out not to be your father at a certain age, and now you are almost becoming a father yourself, how do you deal with that emotion that was invested somewhere else and now is being brought forward in a different context altogether? If you were to find yourself, if one, there, what happened?
Great. Thank you so much, Eddie, for the question. I think my quickest answer is that you still go on and live.
Yeah.
And I'll unpack that one. I happen to be one of those that struggled to understand whether my dad was my dad growing up, to the extent that at some point I chose to leave home. And I told him, Dad, we are disagreeing, but I'm not going to stay with you. So let me leave so that we can have peace. And I remember him vividly coming out before my family members and telling me, you leave today, you're no longer my son. That was very difficult. But along the way, God in his own way has got a way of putting it clear. You don't see things connecting, but there's a way he's connecting things. And I grew up to the point where I now needed to go back and interact with the family. And I realized, well, I'm going back, but this gentleman said I'm no longer his son. So I had a choice to make. Do I accept that I'm not his son and stay away from him and the family altogether? Or I choose to know that there is a purpose for which I was created, and biologically I needed to come out through my dad and my mom in that setting. And whatever he says, yes, he has the right to say it, or whether he's conscious or not, but I have to find a means that it does not affect my other life. Because he's saying I'm no longer his son did not stop me from breathing. I didn't fail to walk. I met very many good Samaritans. They supported me, and I studied. Should I trash all that and say, for that reason, I'm not staying with my dad? You know, that would be putting myself within one box and not appreciating the fact that I've been able to live.
Yeah.
So I think this is where we need to get to, but it's a process, and I can guarantee you, one can easily speak about it if he has not been there. One can easily speak about it if he's not there. But it must be very difficult for somebody that is there and is listening. What's this person saying? Does he really know what it feels?
Yeah.
But what I want to bring across is this. Life goes on.
Yeah.
They say they have ignored you. The hours in the day do not change. They remain 24 hours.
Yeah.
You come to discover that all that you have invested in, or the person you've lived with for a long period, is not your dad. When you have got support, someone needs to listen in. First of all, to listen to your story, appreciate you for who you are, not being judgmental, and you compose yourself. Because irrespective of the feelings you had, you're most likely going to, because we are human beings and we have very many common things, especially about feelings. You're going to meet somebody's daughter, you're going to propose to her, she's going to accept, you're going to marry her, you're going to give birth to a child. How do you want this child to grow up? So it is difficult, even as I say it, because I'm partly that kind of victim. But it is also important to know that there is always a purpose behind our being brought on earth. Because remember, biologically we all know that over 3 million sperms go.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But how come of those 3 million sperms, what resulted was Eddie and Sylvain and somebody else, not something else?
Yeah.
So we need to get back and really appreciate life. However, having known that this person is really not my dad,
yes.
For me, I would suggest seek God first. Because we are going to be very many people telling you a lot of things.
Yeah.
Many things. And some of us are going to be advising you, do not even qualify to advise you. So I feel you need to look for one center point, Paul, who is God you need to lean on to. Then the others can come in as support mechanisms and find out what is within you that you want to see in future. Because if you choose to stay in that box, there are many things that are going to miss.
Yeah.
There could be that. If you're a lady, there could be that good man that was, going to be happy with you as a wife. If you're a man, it could be that lady that was going to be happy with you as a husband. And you can turn things around. Somehow live in a way that you make people admire.
Yeah.
the kind of family that you have, because it has to be in a way that it gets back to the reconciliation. And truth be said, in Africa, we take long to reconcile.
Actually, Sylvain, having done justice to that first question, there is this moment where you find yourself in a situation like that, and many of us out there find ourselves in that situation, and we're asking ourselves, did my mother make a mistake, or was it my father who made a mistake? How did this become my situation, and how am I in this setting? So you want to start to look for who made a mistake. Is it your father? Is it your mother? What happened in the process? And in that process, normally people get so agitated. Some people get so angry with themselves. Others become, their attitude towards the person who they got to know was not their dad, even though that person had been good to them, begin to change. Now, dealing with that can be completely a very complex situation. And we would like to know, as we delve deep into this, by everyone out there, if you found yourself in that situation, what are you doing? How do you deal with it? What are your thoughts? You've heard from Sylvain, you've heard from me, and we want to know, what are your thoughts? How are you dealing with that situation? What is going on? We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Sylvain will answer the second question, which is, should you reject the person? Should you fight with your dad? If the name was given to you as Okila or Sylvain Gumisiriza, do you change the name? What do you do? Stay right there. I'll be right back after the break.
Then we can chart a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you. My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.siluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back to the show. My name is Eddie Okila with my guest in the studio here, Sylvain. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, we were talking about what happened when you wake up today and you were told that the man you knew very much as your dad is no longer your dad, or is not your biological dad. He's still your dad, because in Africa, a child is raised by village. And so in that context, it's your father. But should you hate your father? Should you hate the person who raised you if at all it turned out that he's not your biological father? Should you? How do you deal with that situation? Do you change your name?
No one deserves to be hated. In any case, the beauty that we do not make applications to be born. We find ourselves born, and we don't play a role. We just find us outside there as product of a certain role that was played by two people.
Yeah.
I think what it would require of one is to think through. First of all, at what age do you find that that person is not your dad? Is a big question. Two, how did it come about? Did it come out of a quarrel, a disagreement, or it was a candid conversation that somebody felt you needed not to be left, in the unknowns for a long period. So different scenarios will need to bring about different approaches. But the center point of that is that there is no one that deserves to be hated. For example, you get to move to this man's house with your mother at the time you're young. For some reasons, she left where she was, or she gave birth to you, but she's not with your father to say, why should that man face the problem? Because in any case, I think that person is merciful to feel that he can live with a mother, I mean a lady who has a child that is not his own biologically. I think that person deserves a plus, deserves to be appreciated, deserves to be thanked. That's number one. Number two, when you realize that you have not lived with your biological father for the longest period, you need to find the position of your conscience. Because you might end up getting annoyed with somebody that is either doesn't care or had no option at that time in his capacity but to live the life that he lived with you. And if you find your conscience, then you'll be in position to know, how did it happen? And go with an element of grace. Because you cannot tell. That very person himself is the only one who can explain what he was through. And no matter how much he really explains, fathers play big roles and something you can't really pay back for in their children's lives growing up. No matter how much explanation this person is going to give, it is still not enough to your satisfaction to say, I really forgive you in the human setting. But why I'm insisting that you stick to that and find a space in your heart to forgive this person is because shortly after that, unless you choose not to marry, you will be somebody's dad. And we do not know how it is going to go with you. Number two.
So you're saying you could also fall
You could also fall a victim.
Yeah.
You could also fall a victim. Number two, if you choose to go the positive side, looking back into the kind of input this non-biological father has put in your life, there are many things to learn. Me and you, we very well know that the person you are and the person I am is not entirely or completely grounded on our DNA, where we were raised from. There are many things that have shaped the persons that we are. Some of us have been majorly shaped by the environment we've lived in, not really because we were raised and we lived with our dads. Yeah. And once you get to that particular position, then you will be in a position to determine what kind of family do I want to have going forward. So I feel if you choose to hate your dad, if you choose to hate the person that you've lived with for a long period and you later realize that he's not your dad, for me that's wasted energy. Our energies need to be channeled in the positive sense. Okay. Number two, the third one, the third component is that thank God, some people have lived with their parents and they don't like their parents when they are with them. What could have happened? They are with them. They know their biological parents, but they are not happy at that very point. How about you has got even an opportunity to live with somebody strange? Talk about changing names. Why should you change names necessarily?
Because I've had a friend of mine who was, the moment he learned that this was not his father, he decided, no, it's not my father, I'm going to change my name. My name I have to give it to my dad, even though I don't trust my dad. I don't know what happened. I might be accusing the man. My mother told me very late. And then later on, when he pushed so much and changed his name, the mother told him, actually, let me tell you, it was your father who left me. So because I was dealing with too much pain, I chose not to pass the pain to you. Now he wanted to change his name back to his stepdad and it was too late. So he ended up in a very messy situation.
So you see, that's very struggle.
Yes.
A name is a name. It does not tell your biological settings or the DNA.
Yeah.
However, if you feel that will put you in a stable state, well, I don't dictate. You can really change it. But for me, I feel it's not even necessary to identify myself with this family lineage whose actions are not that interesting to identify with. I want to identify with something really good.
Yes.
So to say that I feel I need to change my name because the other one is my dad, sometimes we are actually traced by our lineage.
Yeah.
If you're the Kagoros and they trace the Kagoros and then they find the Kagoros were the thieves, they were the thugs, they were a nuisance in the community. Why would I want to identify myself with the nuisance in the community?
Yeah.
I think we need to keep refocusing and finding out what's the driving motivation to choosing to change the name. If you don't have something really tangible and something you can live on and something that you can give out to your upcoming children, I mean to say, unless you're not biologically active, whatever you're going through, sometime, someday, you're going to be in position of that person that you think is the reason for you being in it. The question is, how are you going to handle it? And let me put this one also. Sometimes as either men or women, we want, especially when we have lived a poor, not so good life, we work towards, I don't want to be like my father.
I actually want to hold it right there. We have to go for a break, and when we come back from this coffee break, Sylvain will pick it up from there and say, I don't want to be there. But you've heard from him, you've heard from the man, the kind of situation we go through in life. Stay right there. The family talk is talking about what do you do when you find out that the man that you have been living with is not your father. And how you deal with the emotion later. Do you reject him? Do you accept him? Do you fight? On the series of lessons learned from our father. We'll be right back after this break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.siluganda.com or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Family Talk Show. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Sylvain Gumisiriza, who is a guest on the show today and is a resident panelist representing Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe. The Family Talk Show is a very important show to us as part of an effort to address many things and the issues affecting our families. The Family Talk Show seeks to address this every single week by bringing some of the complex situation to the forefront, but also with a discussion that is meant to inspire you and to give you direction on how to deal with those complexities that come with situations surrounding our families. For example, if your father was not involved in your life and you discover later on that the man you've been living with as your dad is not your dad, what do you do? How do you deal with that emotion? Many of us are stuck, and yet we're becoming fathers. What are the lessons learned from our father? Have you learned a lesson from your father? If that happened, would you throw away that man, or would you continue to have him as your father? Many of us have gone on to change our names, and many of us have gone in to say, I have lost my identity, I don't know who I am. Who made a mistake? People keep asking such questions. I think my father made a mistake, or my mother. Gumikiriza, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
I want to take you back from where you had stopped.
Yeah.
Point number 3. Do you remember point number 3?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes. Pick it up.
The idea of thinking that I don't want to be like my father, I don't want to be like my mother. For me, that is wasted energy. A reason being, you certainly cannot be like your mother, you can never be like your father, you can only be you. So what then does it require of you? And like I said before, just put yourself in the right context and have your conscience clear and say, okay, from here, how do I want to live my life? Because as you're growing, there are things you learned, some accidentally, some incidentally. So there are many things, for as long as your eyes can see and your ears can hear, you've got to learn a number of things. Some you've got to choose to drop, some you've got to choose to pick up. This means that when you get to the point of marrying, you get a husband, you get a wife, and you give birth to a child, whether you want it or not, he or she is going to learn. And he's going to learn from you. Now, if he's learning from you and you're not intentional about what you're teaching or what you're demonstrating, there's also a possibility that you can even be worse than your father in an attempt to not be like your father. And the truth is that you have been different from your father, but rather worse. So that negative energy, we don't need to invest it in our lives. Thank God you're breathing, you're not sick, you have a job, or you've struggled and gotten somewhere. The next thing is, what else can I do? But also, now the fourth point is that get to a point of reconciling with your God and with yourself.
Wow. Well, you've had that coming from Sylvain right there. When your father was not involved in your life, what do you do? How do you deal with that emotion? But I want to just bring it to you guys who are watching the show all across the world. Wherever you are, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on our YouTube channel. Please go in there and subscribe and be part of this discussion growing bigger and better. Every family in the world has got a problem. Every family in the world. They struggle with something. We have seen the British family, the strongest, most powerful family in Britain, struggling. The Queen's building, the Queen's household also has issues with to do with the family. How about you here in Africa, in Uganda? You have the same problem. So it means the rich also cry. So the issue we're talking about here exists. And I think the issue that we see going on in England and in any other part of the world is because of identity. So fathers tend to give a lot of identity meaning to their sons. And you're becoming a father, and your father was not involved in your life. Some people have killed their father. Others have gone ahead to break down. Now, I want to take you straight to that part, Sylvain. When you talk about your dad telling you, when you said, Dad, we're not agreeing, he says, okay, I'm leaving your house. You are not rejecting your father.
No, I wasn't.
You are just simply telling your father that, you know what, in order for me to be more focused, I need to leave. And your father tells you, if you go, you cease being my son. How did you reconcile the situation?
It was difficult. I'm not Superman. I'm a human being. First of all, I left and I went to live with somebody not at all related to me, with whom I worked as a houseboy, and for he thought, well, I'd gone to be a houseboy, but the issue had been that me and my dad were disagreeing that he didn't want to take me to school. So at 6 months down the road, I'm working for him, and he says, but you boy, you're not asking for your money. And I told him my problem leaving home wasn't money. My problem was that I couldn't go to school. And that statement, I think there's a way it touched him. So he asked me a question, could you please work? You think you can work as well as be at school? I said, well, let's try it. Because you have your interest, I have my interest. Thank God it worked. None of his farms went with like unattended to, yet I also studied. And that for me was the catch. Fast forward, I landed in the hands of my uncle, maternal uncle, whom I had last seen about 8 years past. And he sees me, he says, hey, you boy, you're here. I'm thinking, whew. So he picks me away from Rukunja and brings me to Kampala. And my life immediately changes. But I had this very interesting lady. She used to be a very good friend to my mom. And I found her in Kampala. She told me, you know what, Sylvain, the best way to live your life going forward is to begin to think on how to forgive your dad. You don't have to ask him questions, but you have to find a space in your heart to forgive him. And I can tell you, it took me the longest period. To the extent that even when I could be demonstrating, forgiveness, this moment you're going home, you want to see your dad, you want to greet him, he refuses to greet me. I put my hand and he says, no, I don't want to greet you. Now, the beauty part of it was that he would say, I don't want to greet you, my son.
But he wanted something from you.
He just was still demonstrating he's angry with me.
Yes. Okay. Oh, okay.
So he calls me, my son, I don't want to greet you, but then he calls me my son, and I'm at peace with that. And I'm at peace with that. So along the way, and not so long ago, I remember it's about 2018, 31st December 2018, in an overnight at midnight, the first call I received was my dad's call. Hello, how are you? I wanted to wish you a very happy new year 2019. And I realized at that moment that he had chosen to reconcile. The beauty is that for me, I gave my life to Christ in 2009. I struggled with it for about 5 years, and then I later released. So by the time he was saying, I wish you a very happy new year, with me it was already okay, because the moment I released, I continued on with my life. Yeah. I continued figuring out what do I get, how do I do that, how do I connect with that person, and all that for me was very helpful. The process of reconciliation can be difficult. Sometimes it is not even realized. But there is need for one to get to that point and say, I need to move on and I don't want these hindrances. When there is an opportunity to reconcile, please do it, because it unfolds very many things tied up. But when you choose not to reconcile, like I was saying before, it is negative energy invested into something, and sometimes the parents are also naive. They had never been parents before. They were learning to be parents, and now they don't know how to reconcile, and you're making the life more complicated. You will live a very much miserable life. You can go on and prosper in the context of a human setting. You have all these things you wanted, you've admired. You have the car, you have a wife, you have everything. And you call that one prosperity. But inside you, you're empty. So that is something that you need to think about. Because what fulfills somebody is this moment where he turns around and he feels he's accepted. He turns around and he feels he has friends. And he wants to connect home, he can call and they say, hey, we are here. Do you want to come over? You know, and when you get there, they say, you're welcome. Irrespective of the things that really happened in the past. That was your story. If you want, by the bitty part of it, you can actually write a book and it will get very many, it will get market. People will want to know, how do I go through such? Because some of the people that have written these books are really very theoretical. But if you want, you can even write the book because you have lived the practical life. I mean to say, always find the means of not being deviated from your focus. And it is very difficult to be innovative when you're annoyed, when you're unhappy. You can only be innovative when you feel you have life. So focusing on that also kills your creativity, kills your innovation, and you'll still end up not being fulfilled. The Bible somewhere in Solomon, there's a way he puts it. It says, vanity. All that we are working for, all that we are really looking for, at the end of the day, there's going to be an end point and you will pass on. You will die. The question is, what do you want to leave back behind? Is it the right thing? Is it the good thing? Or is it the bad thing? We can still know you if you choose to live that life. At the burial, we can eulogize and we say he has not lived a good life. If that's what you want, if that's what you want people to say. But you can as well say, we can as well say, he struggled, but he was a good man. He lived a difficult life in his childhood, or she lived a difficult life in her childhood, but she was a good lady. She was generous, she was positive, she was supportive, she looked after her children. And so is the man. So choose the legacy you want to leave.
Well, I think the family talk show, when your father is not your real father, how do you deal with the emotions later, is what we're talking about. The series is on the family talk show where we focus our attention on fatherhood. Fatherhood is such a big thing in our society, in our lives, in our families. A father without direction to the family, that family will perish. A father who does not give a child emotional attention is a no father to that child. It doesn't matter how much you are giving or what you are giving to that child. And that's what we're talking about here. This is a family talk show. My name is Eddie Okela, and Sylvain Gumisiriza, that's the right word, is representing effectively Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe on the show today, and I think he has done a good job in doing so. Now, I want to remind you of something about Family Talk Show, just before I get back to Sylvain. That Family Talk Show is much inclined towards values. Do you have value as a father that you give to your children? Innovation. How innovative are you to your children as a father? All right? And dialogue. Do you have a dialogue with your father? You've heard the story of, Sylvain and his father. When he said, Dad, we're not agreeing. The father is saying, stay home, look after my animals, few animals here. In the story is known in the Bible. David also suffered the same consequences until God came to his rescue. Sylvain's story is just different. His uncle came to his rescue. But he's not living like that. David didn't live like that. So do you have a dialogue with your children? That's what we're talking about in the Family Talk Show. And are you justness, being just to your children, you as a son being just to your dad? I mean, if your mother tells you this is not your father, are you going to blame your father, your mother? Are you going to look for who sinned, like the other one who asked Jesus who sinned, that this man is lame, you know? And the other thing is hard work. As a father, you must show your children that you are hardworking. You must tell your son, you must show them, work with them, walk the talk with them. Some of us fathers don't do so because we didn't have a father figure in our lives. Pastor Joshua Mugabe's story is no different. My story is no different. So is your story. And the last thing I want to talk about is character. Character is very important in trying to guide a family going forward. You know, orderliness is very important. What kind of character are you as a father to your children, to your sons, to your daughters? You know, that's a lesson picked from our fathers. We want to pick from there. And orderliness. Are you an orderly person? Are you orderly in everything you do? Like Sylvain, the lesson I learned from him today on the show and to many of you, he said I stayed focused. I knew that we were disagreeing with my father, not because of anything, because I wanted to study. He was sharing a different idea altogether. But see how he turned around the story. You too can also stand around that story. And by the way, this is not a motivational speaking. It's a family talk show where we're talking serious stuff. Devotion. How devoted are you? Do you sit down and, you know, give your children understanding of what you're talking about? These are the things we're talking about in the family talk show. And of course, we want to look at the personal development as a person. Do you allow your sons to develop further? If your son is trying to do something, would you allow him to develop? Would you be like Sylvain's uncle who says, oh, 8 months, where have you been? I have seen you. And then off from Ntungamo in the western part of Uganda to the central part of Uganda, and the story is different. He's now discussing politics. He's now on the family talk show. He could have remained there. Sylvain, we have to bring this show to a close. Yes. And I want you to look into one thing, revisiting our Christ-like family, you know, Christian families, establishing an inspirational and very educational, you know, stage in our life, a spiritual field family. It doesn't really matter. The family is not about, you know, what we'll call religious correctness or whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter whether you're Muslim or a Christian, whatever it is, or a Jew or a Buddhist. A family is very important. You don't have a family, none of those things we're talking about will work. First of all, the foundation is from there. But I want you also to close it up by saying, fathers who are political figures, how should they deal with their sons? Because they spend a lot of their time arguing in parliament or wherever they are, that they have very little time with their sons. And most times, we've seen them in movies. We've also seen them in real time when the son and the father are completely totally different. I think we have a case in scenario somewhere in Africa here where the first sons are usually either people who like, you know, public life of drinking and enjoying, and people keep playing, but he's not fit like his father. And we forget that the father, in so doing, did not, when he is working, doing something around politics and fixing the nation, he forgot about his son. And now he wants his son to become the president. The case in point in Mali right now, where we're seeing the son has come, kicked everyone. So I want you to close the show with those.
Well, I think the most important thing in all settings, family is very foundational. Yeah. And to anybody watching and listening, be mindful that you can want to fight and to save the country, but if you lose your family at the end of it, you will still have lost. So it is important that you focus on saving your family. And there's this calling that you have to save the nation as well. In other words, have time for politics and have time for your family. And if you're to compromise, please compromise the time for politics, not the time for your family. In other words, right from the start, you have to be intentional to make your family understand and get to know why you're going where you're going, what is in it for them, that you're trying to stabilize a nation, you're trying to stabilize the situation. And when you come over home, give them their due attention. Do not pick those ministerial calls and all other political calls, yet you are actually in the family, because you're with your wife, you're with your children. They want you there. They want to connect with you as as a parent. Other than that, you can end up being, in our language, if I can put it in English, that setting to milk two cows at the same time, you'll end up not having any milk from any of the two. So that is two angles. They are all demanding your time, and you choose to split yourself, you will actually end up being split, and you won't have a fulfilled life. It is very, very important for us to have stable nations, for us to have stable communities. We need to have stable families. If we are intentional in stabilizing our families, it will be automatic and subsequential that the communities will be stable. If our communities are stable, the politics or the governances of our nations will also be stable. And in a stable environment, there's a lot of creativity, there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of development. We cannot achieve development if we don't stabilize ourselves.
Wow. Well, when your father is not your father is a topic of discussion, how do you deal with the emotional part of it later? I think Sylvine has done a very great job in trying to help us understand that. Thank you very much to Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe and Asan Sekajolo for setting up this topic rolling, and for course setting the platform rolling. Again, we want to be able to inspire the families to be great. Next time we promise to bring you ladies to hear their perspective when they finally tell us, by the way, that is not your dad. And it is said only women know the fathers of their children. So unless your mother tells you who your real father is, the DNA might not be able to prove. And of course, there's a lot of stereotype going on about you might be fathering a son who is not yours, and his character turned out to be totally very different. But all of these stories we will discuss in a family talk show. And it's important that as you plan to get married, make sure you tick the boxes. Make sure you are putting your family together. Ladies and gentlemen all across the world, in the US, in Australia, wherever you are, in Germany, wherever you are in the, Sweden, we want to say thank you so much. But we want to end the show on a very interesting note here. Gumisiriza is on the show, and Sylvain is a son of the western part of Uganda, the land full of milk without honey, because honey is coming from somewhere else. So it's not fully the package of the Bible as it is, but that's another discussion altogether. His cousin, the son of Dr. Kiza Besigye, graduated. And there was a very interesting discussion that happened right there when he graduated. The mother said, our son graduated and they were very good. So we saw pictures where Dr. Kiza Besigye was not there. But the mother had to do something that says, join the family in a toss virtually. And somebody tweeted and said, why do you always refer to him as our son? And said, and I think it evoked such a very deep emotion from Winnie Byanyima. And I think I saw a tweet where he says, he didn't wed me, but he kept promise and he never explained. So I was like, wow, people can go as far as looking for connection. Now, and it's said when the boy has just graduated. Do you think it will ever affect that son?
Well, unless his name is Anselm, right?
Yes.
Unless Anselm is not human, then he won't be affected. He will be affected, I can guarantee you. Forget about all that they possess. Forget about the level at which they are. Forget about how he sleeps and everything that is happening in his life. It's going to affect him at some point. He might be not that courageous to have a candid conversation with his parents now. If he happens to be courageous now, then the better. But in their absence, at their old age, I can guarantee you that it will affect him. One thing we do not know is that a child at about 3 years of age, be careful what you're doing and what you're saying in his sight or her sight. So you might find Anselm, like any other child, has grown. He has gathered a lot of information. His hard disk is full of information, part of which he's struggling with and doesn't know whom to discuss with. part of which he has probably tried to discuss, and he finds people they do not connect with him because it is difficult to be in the world of Anselm, in the life he has been. So let's be careful when we are mentioning statements, even when we are so much annoyed. We can never justify these statements by saying I was annoyed. No, it passed. And let me tell you that, which is something you already know, that the Bible puts it very clear. It is what is within you that comes out through the mouth. So what enters is not the biggest problem, but what comes out is so much big. And remember, it cannot be withdrawn. So if she has said it, she needs to find a means of sitting with Anselm and unpack it for him. So is the dad. He also needs to find means and time, have a conversation with Anselm.
In fact, the connection there, if I may interject, is on the issue of both is a political figure, mother was a political figure, and both of them are very strong. Now, of course, over the years, a lot of things have been said about the father, the mother, and the stuff like that. And it's not something we're saying. We're not saying that the father is not in his life. We're not saying that he's not in his father's life, or mother is not in life. But one thing I want to learn from there, and I thank them for, is the fact that they're always with him, even regardless of what they're saying. I saw Kizza Besigye on screen when he was talking to his son, when he was congratulating him. And I felt like that's the moment where the father would stand there. Because if he wasn't there and it was only the mother, he would be asking, so yeah, I don't care whether you are the top man or the big man in Africa, but you see, you were not there when I was graduating, right? You didn't, but he was there on the screen. And that's the moment we wanted to throw out there, just for anyone who is watching the show. We're not saying that there's that problem. And what Sylvain is basically wrapping up on the show is saying, whatever happened in that situation, if you may pick it up from there.
Yes. Whatever is happening, they need to bring it back to Anselm's context, because his world is different from their world.
Yeah.
Yet they are responsible for bringing out his world. So they have to explain to him. And he has got to grow to the point, I guess he has started making his decisions, some of which
the mother actually said he's now enough to get out of my apartment.
Get out of my apartment. You see now, making his decisions. But remember that how he has been brought up is going to affect the decision he's going to make as well. True. So, and my prayer is that it affects him in making the right decisions. But the life Anselm has lived is a difficult life to understand, and only Anselm and God can understand that. But it can be used for the good. Should not be something that one say, you know, he lived alone with the mother for the most time, so he's mommy's boy, and so the father is not in the figure. No, in his life, the father figure is not in his life. No. Either way, I'm not the one who said that when you are given lemon, you can turn it into the lemonade. Yeah. He can use his life that he has lived into something so exciting, so interesting that people would want to say, okay, no more excuses. It is up to him as Anselm, but it's also up to the parents to be candid and be honest with him, show to him the kind of life he has lived, and then let him know that he can actually choose to live a life that's even a lot better and still appreciate. One other thing that we tend to make, especially a big mistake, when we have all these challenges and eventually we prosper, we think that those people did not matter, but they were part of our story. So we need to give them their due respect. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Sylvain. Thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of the Family Talk Show, Growing Bigger and Better. You've heard it from Sylvain right there. We would like to bring it to a close today. The Family Talk Show exists for you to express yourself. I think if your father was not in your life, deal with the emotion creatively and make sure that emotion does not affect negatively the son you're going to bring or the daughter you're going to bring, but rather it will be a point of strength for them. And the lesson is drawn from this topic today from the family of the most powerful man, one of the most powerful men in Uganda and in Africa, Dr. Kizza Besigye, who and his wife, Dr. Winnie Byanyima, have raised one son, total apart, but he has graduated. And we see him there being part of the graduation virtually, even though coronavirus. So with or without coronavirus, he still participated. We want to salute Dr. Kizza Besigye right there and Winnie Byanyima for showing the best example in context and in light of the topic of today. If your father was not in your life and you get to know later what happened, do you reject, accept, deal with emotion? Until next week, Pastor Joshua Mugabe, Edio Killer, Asan Sekajolo, and of course, Sylvain, our guest here, we want to say thank you very much. And it's a wrap from us here. Until next week, God bless you. Stay rooted in your family and be a good father to your children.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God, but God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Watlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772-443-085, or check our website www.siluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
See you again, and good afternoon to the viewers.
Remember,
I hope we have a good show.
Yeah, we will have a good show. Yeah, remember we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on our YouTube channel. Feel free to put there your comments, your remarks, and any other thing that you would feel about the game of basketball and the league. As you very well know, that just a couple of days back, National Council of Sports suspended all basketball activities because of citing failure of the Federation to follow the standard operating procedures to the book. Prior to the start of the show, I was having a conversation with the FUBA General Secretary, Mr. Hudson Segamwenge, getting an update on the latest situation. And the update is they're still waiting on the medical team from National Council of Sports to give them a go-ahead. However, the venue of Kansanga, KIU courts, and UCU basketball courts are not venues that the National Council of Sports is willing to allow the Federation to use to let the league go on.
Go on, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we talked about earlier, in the shows that started, we were actually trying to analyze if using the UCU courts and the KIU courts was something that was going to carry on. And we all saw that it was very hard actually to control the crowd, because one of the SOPs there was that the games should go on without the fans, okay? And really, I mean, it's a university, you can't really stop the fans, especially during KIU games. They could try to control the fans for other games, but when it reaches time for KIU game, boom. You have
same thing was happening in
so
Mokono.
it was just like a train that was heading for disaster. And yeah, it happened. The league was stopped, but I also think that decision was preempted before the president spoke. I think they thought they're going to shut us down, so why not just shut it down before the president actually does. But I think it was something that they did very fast, that they needed to have taken time and just first listen to the president, then we see where we go from there, because other sports, football and all this were not really shut down.
So Mr. Rugendo, you are a coach and also a team manager. What is your take on league resumption?
First of all, I think before talking about league resumption, it's important to understand why was the league
halted, suspended.
And NCS came up with a stand that FUBA was not necessarily meeting the SOPs as they should have. In my opinion, FUBA had to a greater extent, but not 100%, you could say. That's the honest truth. But at the same time, I think there was also, I don't know that you call it, I can't call it miscommunication. Maybe there was miscommunication, but I believe between FUBA and NCS, there was probably more of under communication than anything else, because by the time FUBA was stopped from continuing with the league, we had all done vaccination for the players. That was like, it was like how you can call it a mass vaccination for FUBA per se. And this had happened about 2 weeks and 1 week before. 1 week for those that had missed out on the process before. This had happened at Kampala Hospital, where the FUBA medical team leader, Linda Wefila, happens to be a worker or an employee, and she managed to get like a partnership arrangement with them to vaccinate all the basketball players, coaches, managers, and have them at least safe. So they had done the first shot. We haven't done the second shot. Second shot is due probably in about the next 6 weeks or 5 weeks or so. They had also, actually on the day that NCS halted the league, which was 3rd of June, the Thursday, that very morning, teams were actually at the FUBA office in Lugogo, where NCS sits, doing testing for the players. So in addition to the vaccination, which had been done before, because we are aware that after the first shot you can still get the virus, the medical team had advised that even if they did the first shot, they should still continue undergoing testing until the second shot is done. Now, on top of that, if they found a team had, say, what they were doing was more of sample testing. So there was something about 5 players out of the entire team. But if they would find one player from the team, because it was random sampling, if they would find one player from the team is positive, then they would say the entire team has to test and all their games would be postponed. At least for that particular weekend. So this was already going on as a measure on FUBA's side. By the time NCS came in, I think the information they had was that FUBA was not necessarily following the SOPs or handling it the way FUBA was. I think maybe there was a communication gap between FUBA's side and NCS. Maybe they were not really giving them the reports, so NCS was not demanding for these reports, because I believe that much as the postponement maybe was warranted on NCS's side, I believe that they should have first consulted FUBA and said, what are you actually doing? Have you taken these steps? What is lacking? Are these things solvable? Because in my opinion, the things that NCS needed FUBA to do were things that could have been solved
The things that could have been managed.
They could have been managed in a simple way, and the league would have proceeded because that would be still within the midweek. And remember that the NBL was left with just 1 weekend,
just 1 weekend
to end, and then go into the playoffs. So I believe that the timing was not necessarily the best timing. Maybe the way it was handled by NCS was too abrupt, and even before the president spoke about sports and all that, I think it was too abrupt and quite harsh on the league. But at the same time, we cannot entirely blame them, because the truth of the matter is that COVID is serious, and this current wave is a serious wave. It's not to be taken for granted. It's not to be joked about. It's a very serious wave. It's killing so many people. It's killing the adults, and this one is actually taking the youth as well. If you saw the recent communication from Ministry of Health, it had precautionary measures for up to 1 year old.
For different age categories.
For different age categories. Now, basketballers, sportsmen who fall within that age, the youthful age categories, and of course being healthy and all that, we were, you could say we were safe previously from the previous wave, but this new wave is a different one. So before we think about getting into continuation or resumption of the league, my thinking is, what are we doing, or what is FUBA doing at the moment to make sure we close that gap between where we were and where we were supposed to be at the time? You've just talked about, for example, shielding off the court from fans, or not having fans at all. You know, I would look at things like water dispensers, for example, like hand wash dispensers, because at the venues, at game venues, they were not necessarily there. Yes, there were other washing points, hand washing points nearby, where you can go and use a tap here and there, but dedicated for, say, the basketball games, they were not necessarily there.
Those weren't there. Even at KIU, Kansanga, the water point is only at the main gate when you're entering.
There is another one near where the Muslims pray from, near the
line of taps there.
Yes, where there's a line of taps, but still it's
usually the fans just walk past that one. Because there's no one telling you to actually wash, which is unlike at the entrance.
Then on top of that, even the fans were coming in, they were not being asked for masks. You know, no mask, no mask, seating, because previously at least 200 fans were allowed. Previously. Now that they're not being allowed completely by the president, as by his directive, now there should be no fans.
No fans at all.
You know, after your game, immediately you can leave. So for me, it's about how do we prepare ourselves to resume, because resuming is important. Considering they are already running contracts. Teams have running contracts with players, and the longer we stay without playing, the more money has to be going without action and
any activity.
If your plan was to end the season in the next 2 months, now you're probably going into the next 4 or 5 months because of the delays and things like that, and it's too much on the teams as well. But at the same time, how do we take precaution and make sure that people are safe? Because this particular COVID wave is not joke. So maybe that's something we can go into a little later on, but I think it's something that we definitely would need to discuss. For example, are we planning to have the second shot before we resume of the vaccine? Should we wait maybe another 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and have the second shot so we are more sure that participants are safe? If NCS is not considering KIU, UCU.
Yes, that's one of the conditions they cited.
Exactly. Then how ready is NCS to give us Lugogo, which is easier to manage? You know, such discussions have to be taking place at this time. Then also us internally within the federation, you're also thinking, you're talking about the NBL. How about the lower divisions, where there are even many more teams than the NBL?
We have 3 divisions down there.
Yes, you have 3 divisions and many more teams. I think all the divisions have more teams than even the NBL men, which has more teams than NBL women. You know, because right now the smallest division that we have is the ladies, Division 1.
Division 1,
for the lower divisions, and it still has more than NBL men. who have more than NBL women. You know, so at the end of the day,
the numbers in the lower leagues are quite
yes.
There are very many teams in the
yes,
lower
the
league.
good thing with the lower divisions is the venues were reasonably easier to manage. Like Makere Main Ground and Nakasero, they are well fenced off. For Nakasero, even the basketball court itself has its own fence within the fence of the Nakasero Primary School. So it's easier to manage it, it's easier to cut off funds, you know, create barricades or barriers along the fence, which can also be used for branding as marketing opportunity. You put your barrier there, but that is also opportunity for sponsors to come and
visibility
brand
in terms
all
of
that.
sponsors.
But of course, naturally, NBL being the top division, the lower divisions might want to either tag along or sit back and say, what is happening at NBL? How are they managing it? How can we borrow a leaf, or how can we do things maybe differently, or how can we manage it in our own way? Because much as NBL had 1 weekend to go, the lower divisions had 4 weekends to go before getting into the playoffs. So these are all things that have to be discussed within the whole framework before we actually resume the
getting to those dynamics. Talking about lower division, even before the suspension from the National Council of Sports, there was a weekend where games were not happening in the lower division. And one of the reasons, which was cited by FUBA Vice President in charge of Marketing and Publicity, Arnold Katabi, was that there weren't funds. Teams had not actually, according to him, had about half of the teams had not paid their registration fees. So there was no money to run the league. You manage a team in the lower division. What can be done to rectify such issues?
Well, one of the biggest challenges I've seen in FUBA, administrative-wise and all that, is the communication bit. I've also seen challenges with planning. Those two usually move hand in hand. And this is not just a challenge at FUBA level or at LLMC level or at basketball level, not only in sports, it's general. Africans, or generally, I can't say worldwide, generally more in the African setting, we like last minute things. We do not like to do things in advance. We look at what is the next thing ahead of us, and we never think a year ahead. We never think 4 months, 5 months ahead. Now, I will say, for example, when the league ended in 2019, this was for us who didn't make the playoffs, or for most of the teams that didn't make the playoffs, even those that made the playoffs. They ended the league in about, I think it was about September, October. Besides the City Oil UCU final that went ahead because of the qualifiers, I think, BAL and all that. But besides that, 90% of the teams had completed their games. What were they doing all that time until the 2020 league was set to start? Now, the 2020 league did not happen. And the lower divisions in particular, which we're talking about, chose not to change the registration fees. Now, some of us were lucky to have already completed our registration fees then
for the
2020 league.
For the 2020 season.
Yes. Now, when the 2020 season did not happen, coming to 2021, they said we are not changing.
We're not changing the
registration fees. They are remaining as is. So we said, okay, for us who already paid, we already covered. But we were lucky to have, I can't say lucky, but we had planned ahead for the 2020 season. Now, if you get to a 2021 season, and there are teams that have not yet paid registration fees, and by the way, LLMs is one of the most lenient managements in the whole of sport, I think, because we accept part payments, we accept installment payments.
But isn't that also a bad thing?
It is.
How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing because
I'll tell
it's
lenient.
It also creates laziness for the team managers.
Yes and
because
no.
Because they know that I'll pay later, my team is going to be taking part, is going to be honoring its fixtures. But I've not paid my registration.
Yes, that might be true, but at the same time, we need to understand that the lower divisions, first of all, are not sponsored at all. So, as a league, we are reliant on registration fees from teams. Now, those teams, majority of the lower division teams, are owned by individuals.
Yeah.
Majority of them are community teams or individually
Individual
owned
teams.
teams.
Yeah.
Now, when we are making a case for a certain division or certain teams, we need to understand the fabric in which they are operating.
The team is set
what
up.
are they made of? Yes. Well, how are the teams set up?
Yeah.
NBL teams have, many of them are maybe institutional teams.
Yeah.
Some are institutional teams.
Yes, some are institutional teams which are supported or backed by the institutions.
Yeah.
Some have sponsors
Yeah.
who at least have the funding. But for the lower division teams, I'll tell you there are 15 Division 1, 11 Division 2, that's 26, and the ladies are 9, that's 35 teams, you could say. Out of the 35 teams in the lower divisions, I know of only 2 which have sponsors. That is Tropical Royals
out of the 35
and Kings. Yes,
So leaves
out of
33.
the 35. That leaves another 33.
Okay.
That means less than 3%.
Yeah.
Of the teams. What happens to the other 97? So much as we are depending on these finances from them, we also have to understand where are they getting the finances. Now this is a COVID period. We are talking of individuals who run teams or who own teams as individuals or collectively bringing money here and there from different people. Now many people have lost their jobs or lost their jobs during the 2020 season, the lockdown year. Some maybe were cut in half in terms of salaries. Some maybe had patients that they actually needed to deal with, you know, from the COVID and all that. Some did not get the kaunga from the government and had to hustle feeding their families. I mean, it gets to a point where you say, okay, we are trying to recover from the COVID
the pandemic situation,
effect and all that. How can we have the league go on, but also make it possible for managers to manage
and sustain their teams?
So we say, do 50% at the start. Then do 30% after 3 weeks, 4 weeks, first month. Then do the other 20% after the second month. Some managers came and said, no, it is too much. Then we said, okay, do 40, 30, 30. You know, and that is where we had stopped. But unfortunately, along the way, as the league is going on, there are some teams that failed to meet those obligations.
Even the first installment of the 40%.
I think all of them had done the first installment. Probably about 1 or 2 had not. But those were probably institutional teams as well, where we know this team automatically will give us because they're backed by an institution. You know, I think one of the universities, I want to mention a name, but one of the universities finds itself in that situation. So what happens is when you get to week 4, week 5, when teams have probably not necessarily made the second installment, what will happen is as LLMC will continue running the league, but with funds from the teams that had already paid in full. So those extra funds that they had paid in full are the ones now running week 5, week 6, week 7, until you reach a point and say, but look here, guys.
We
are stuck.
Nothing else in the tank.
There's nothing in the tank. We have administrative costs. We have, you know, running operational costs, and we cannot go on with the league. So we said we have to halt because we did not want to give walkovers, you know, to teams for non-payment. It cannot be unfair. What do you tell the teams that have actually done
teams that have
their
actually
part,
paid?
that have paid?
Yeah,
and remember, there was the whole of 2020.
Yes, but I mean, you allowed them to start, so you can't really stop them somewhere in the middle, right?
That is true, but you cannot call it being unfair because we are actually being unfair to the teams that have met their obligations.
That have paid their
Yes,
registration
that have
fees.
paid.
So I mean,
remember, the fees are those of 2020.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you,
at
by
the
the way,
beginning,
the fees for this year even dropped from those of 2020. I'll tell you why. In the lower divisions, because of the situation for this season, Division 1 teams, we lost 1 team in the form of Umu, meaning the expenses reduced, so registration fees reduced. When you look at the Division 2, there were, I think, 13 teams. 2 teams dropped out, one being Renadu Haga, and the other was, I can't remember. But there were 2 teams. That meant expenses went down. When you look at Division 1 women, they sliced the games from home and away down to round robin. So they cut the games in half. That automatically meant the expenses go down, so the registration fees go down as well. So to be honest, for a team not to do its part, and when we are saying even with all those reductions, you had a whole year off, and on top of that, we are allowing you to pay in installments. It is surely unfair on the teams that have met their obligations.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, But I mean, it's like giving me a plate of food and halfway you tell me, you know what, boss, we can't continue with it.
Yeah, but if you've not paid for that plate of food, you have no right to say I'm being unfair.
But you gave it to me.
You already served the person the food.
Yes, but if you tell me I do not have the money, I can take out. First of all, are you going to pay for that half you've eaten?
No, you're not.
You should be happy that you've had that half.
Then you wouldn't have given it to me in the first place.
Not necessarily. You see, we did it on the promise.
Yeah.
We did it based on a promise that you're going to meet your end. And we said, you know what, the league needs to go on. Let's move ahead. Because there are so many people that depend on basketball.
Yeah, true.
Let's face it. There are so many people, players, coaches, managers. We are facing, I remember writing recently on on our managers and coaches pages about people that are basketball people that are right now suffering from stress, from mental challenges, all coming off of what you could call PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, all coming off of the stresses affected to COVID-19, to not playing last season, to losing their contracts from certain teams and then going to other teams, to funds being dropped, because if you're on a signed contract and the team says I cannot manage and we have to go down, you look at other options and you're like, but I can't go anywhere else. I'll tell you, majority of the teams in the 2019 season, for example, City Oil was the only team in the entire league, in the NBL particularly. City Oil was the only team that used 12 players from beginning of season to end of season. Yet FUBA allows every team 18 players. City Oil registered 12 players plus Grace
their manager.
Who is their manager, is not necessarily a player. 12 players. But I will tell, and all other teams had 18, 16, 17 players. 12 can play a game, but 18 can register for the entire season. City Oil registered 12 since I think 17, 18, 19. 12 players. If 2 or 3 get injured, they will move forward with what they have. But have you noticed that this season, other teams like KCCA, like Power, like all the other teams have registered only 12 players?
They realized that they had to minimize.
Yes, but at the same time, the finances that come with managing the teams, it's not easy now.
It's not easy. It is the 12th of June 2021. Felix Opal is my name. The show is Slam Dunk Basketball. We're having quite a very interesting discussion here with Brian Rugendo, who is the head coach, Tropical Royals. We'll return after this break with your views and your comments. Welcome back from that short break. It is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Brian, some interesting comments here coming in from the viewers. Peter Mubanda, one of the power loyalists is asking
architect
you to define what is developmental about what we call a development league in the D League.
Wow. First of all, just for clarity's sake, D League as a name development league does not exist anymore. It is Division 2.
So we have Division 2. For clarity, to our viewers, you have that clarity right now.
Yes. Now, previously we had it as NBL, National Basketball League, then Division 1, then D League. D League is now Division 2. It was originally meant to be a development league that was for developing young talent. And then, but at the time, there were there were quite a number of schools that were actually, secondary schools, high schools, that were participating in the league. We had Nabisunsa, which is still there. We had Crane High Boys and Girls, which eventually dropped out. We've had Watoto, which is still there for both the boys and girls. We had Saku at the time, which also dropped out along the way. We had, there were quite a number of schools, to be honest. And even the teams in the lower divisions were mainly constituted of the players from high schools. And at the time, there was a rule, a FUBA rule, that was saying 75% of the participants
in the lower division.
In D League at the time. The D League, which is the third tier. There was a rule that was saying 75% of every team should be, I think it was 24 and below, meaning under 25. Then 25 and above, you could have 25%. But along the way, with the schools, many of the schools pulling out because of expenses, sometimes the program was, the league fixtures would run while students are doing exams at school, you know, and things like that. They said no. With many of the school teams pulling out, you would find the teams started getting some extra senior players to fill in those slots as the junior players were tied up in their schools. And because of that, FUBA now moved to the point of saying, okay, it must be 50-50. At least we cannot go below 50%.
So 25 and above.
Yes, 24 and below, then up to about 25 and above. So the aim was to say, for every one athlete who is below the age of 24, there should be one athlete maximum above the age of 24 who can mentor these players who are on the younger side, on the lower side. And I believe that is where now they moved away from calling it the development league per se to calling it Division 2.
Division 2.
But also, in our quest as Lower League Management Committee, LLMC, to find sponsors, I will tell you that every sponsor you go to, when you're talking to them and you say this is a development league, the first thing they're thinking about is, why am I sponsoring the development league?
Why am I sponsoring
yes,
the lower,
why am I going down?
Why don't I go up?
Yes, yet I can instead go up or push for something. And then we were failing to get those sponsors come on board. So also for branding purposes, we said, why not just call it Division 2? So that when we're going out to them, instead of calling it Development League, we're saying we are, instead of saying Division 1 and Development League or D League, why not say we're looking at Division 1 and Division 2? You know, so that way it's like saying, for being hypothetical, we have Bella here, okay, and you say, instead of calling it the Bella Development League, they would rather be called, it would rather be called the Bella Division 1 League or Division 2 League, because it gives the brand that elevation,
that more value.
Yes, more value. So also for the brand aspect, it had to be called Division 2. But what is developmental about it? Yes, that aspect I've already talked about, where you have at least a mentor, or you have the mentors, the senior players playing with the younger players. But also we have many of the players in the lower divisions are in one way or another attached to NBL teams, but cannot necessarily make those teams. We've just talked about institutional teams, like KIU, like UCU, like Ndeje, like the Kumbas. Now, what happens with those institutional teams is they recruit many first years, let's say. from high school.
Yeah.
Now, those first years may not necessarily be at the level of the third years, fourth years, or external players that come in because this is a club. It's not an institution. Although it's institutional based, it's a club. So they also have some players you could classify as professional players. Now, these young players who are from high school may not necessarily be at that level. So what they do is they recruit them, get them on scholarship, and then loan them out
to the lower
division teams. Now, when they loan them out, they are basically trying to get them exposure, get them more experience, because they will probably have the opportunity to play and compete at that level and get more experience, maybe get into leadership roles because they are outstanding at that level. And by the time after 1 year, 2 years, when they're coming into the senior team, maybe they are now ready to compete. Yes, they're more experienced. It's better than having them in the NBL team and they're not getting a jersey. They're carrying water and carrying shoes. Yes. They're probably not even getting a jersey. You know, why not go and play 30, 35 minutes out of 40 in a Division 1 campaign every single weekend? And you know, by the end of the year, at least you've gotten more exposure. Those are the development aspects of having these lower divisions.
Those are the development aspects of the lower division.
I hope Peter is answering.
Definitely, he is online. He will respond. Talking about sponsorship and the lower division, you are part of the lower league management team.
Yes, LLMC.
Tropical Royals, the team which you head coach. Prior to the start of the season, you unveiled 3 sponsors.
Yes.
What is Tropical Royals doing differently? You have a medical team, a medical sponsor in Abbey Clinic. You have a soft drink sponsor. Yet even the D League doesn't have any sponsor. It's being run on a shoestring budget.
They have,
what is Tropical?
They have some. These guys have actually more sponsorship than some NBL teams.
They have 3 sponsors.
4 actually.
4. The NBL teams do not have no sponsors at all.
So how does one team be able to convince 4 different sponsors to be on board, yet others cannot? Can you try to throw a leaf on that?
Well, there are a number of things I'll say in this regard. First of all, we have 4 sponsors. Yes, we unveiled 3 at the time.
Yeah, prior to the start of the season. That's why I mentioned 3.
Yes, Bella Hibiscus Drink, Abbey Clinic, who are medical sponsors, and Red Pepper Online, who are our media partners. But along the way, we also got another sponsor, that is Yuga Roll, who are more of our nutrition sponsors, you could say.
Yuga Roll.
Yes, Yuga
I
Roll.
should join. We should join Tropical Royals. We'll be having.
So the thing is, why or how does it happen that we have these sponsors and others do not, or the lower leagues do not, or clubs do not, other clubs do not? For me, I am one of those people that believes so much in research, that believes so much in trying to study and analyze and understand the environment that I am in. Now, when trying to go to sponsors, the first thing that I looked at was, what are the things we need
as a team,
or
as a sport,
as a club? Because remember, we also have an academy. What are the things we need? And I listed them down and said, how do I look for companies that deal in these particular products? So it's not just going to a bank and saying we need money, or to a telecom company and saying no, we need money. I said, as a team, we need a drink.
Need a soft drink.
We need refreshments. I went to Bella. As a team, we need medical. I went to Abbey Clinic. You know, because players will get hurt, will get injured, you know, things like that.
Definitely.
We need nutrition. So I said, why don't we instead go to Yuga Roll? Because they need to feed, they're going to the gym, they're going to work out. I said, we need to market ourselves. Red Pepper Online is there. They have a huge following. Their target market, the Red Pepper target market, is the youth. The basketball target market is the youth. So how do we create what we call a sponsor match or a sponsor fit? That is what I was looking at. So I first studied what we needed, studied what is on the market out there, who is targeting the same kind of clientele, and how do we say, you are looking for the youth, we have the youth here, can you come and sponsor us, and you'll be sponsoring the youth, or you'll be reaching out to the youth.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things. For us, we took the time to actually go to the nitty-gritties. Secondly, understanding the whole COVID situation. We looked at, there are many ways of sponsorship. And I'll make this very clear. None of our sponsors, none of these 4 sponsors has given us a coin.
Okay.
Not even any money.
It's not like the Betway deal.
Okay. Now,
so like Betway, which gave Power 200 million.
Now, for us, what we did was we looked at the fact that sponsors can give you cash, but they can also give you what we call value in kind.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the fact that they are dealing in the products that we need, we said, by you sponsoring us with those products, we do not necessarily have to spend money on those products.
On those particular products.
Now, we don't have to spend money on juice for the players.
Yeah.
We don't have to spend money on, say, something
medical,
to eat for the players.
Food and all.
Medical is fully covered for the team, management, players, coaches. As long as you get any injury, any illness, they're already automatically covered by Abbey Clinic. All they need to do is walk to Abbey Clinic. They have a list and say, we are members of Tropical Royals. They look at the list, see your name, show your ID, and you have treatment there. Now, this is a service that we would have to pay for if the player, for example, injured themselves while playing basketball for us. So it's a way of saving money. I also went out to the sponsors and said, look here, before we unveil you as a sponsor, you must give us a set of jerseys. That is non-negotiable.
Each sponsor had to give you a set of jerseys.
So that was our agreement. So we got a sponsor. Yes, we got a sponsor. Not yet, but we got a jersey from Bella, who were ready at the time. We got a jersey from our previous jersey. We agreed with Yugarol, where they said, you know what? At the moment, we probably cannot give you the set of jerseys you want, but can we brand that jersey you have instead? And we said, fine. So as long as you're also giving us something in return, which is their nutrition, things like that. So their nutrition also, we're also stepping it up as it comes to, as we approach the playoffs and things like that. So there are quite a number of negotiation things that are going on. Abbey Clinic's jersey is still in production because we opted to have all our jerseys tailor-made. Because we already had a jersey, the previous jersey, the one that Yugarol has already branded. We already had that jersey, which fortunately we had like a friend from abroad who liked the whole project and sent us the jerseys. Now we said, instead of buying new jerseys and they all look different, why not look at this particular jersey, do the same design, same layout, but interchange colors.
Emma.
To represent the sponsor's brand. So now if you look at the white jersey, it's white, maroon, and orange. And these are the colors of
Tropical Royals basketball.
They're Tropical Royals colors, but fortunately they're also Bella colors.
So
for the Bella wine brand, exactly. So it was a blend in a way of sorts.
Emma, I'm thinking with the insight that Mr. Ugende is giving us, he should hold a workshop for different sports managers so that they would also get this information, this knowledge. It would help a lot.
I was actually thinking why up to now he hasn't applied the same kind of knowledge to the lower division league itself.
Where he's
part of the team. Yes, if you can get 4 sponsors for just one team, then I believe that you guys can actually do something bigger for the teams that are down there.
Sure. Now,
Falcons here, 6-time champions, they are struggling. If you can get them one sponsor, you never know they would. Emma can tell you.
The thing that I'll ask is, we need to understand the needs of the 2 different categories. For us, we said, if you can take away these expenses from us, you can give us in kind. That reduces our budget, and we can manage our budget, our smaller budget, here and there. But you'll find that the needs of the LLMC are more financial than in kind. For them, they need money to pay officials.
You need to pay the referees. You need.
They need to pay for the venue. They need to. So their need is cash. And at the moment, sponsors do not necessarily have cash because all of them are recovering from COVID. All of them are looking at sport and saying, what value do I actually get from sports? I'll tell you that all these sponsors, surprisingly, all these 4 sponsors we have, none of them gave me that much of an ear, except maybe Abbey Clinic. who really saw the direct medical thing. But these other 3 did not really, yes, they were listening, but they were saying, we have some little money. Do we put it in sports, in branding and marketing? Or do we use that same money to recruit some 2, 3, 5 extra staff, pay them that in form of salary, and they give us more production, which brings us more money as a company?
Yeah, it makes more sense.
Exactly. But then when we brought out the idea of our academy, of the fact that our academy reaches the community, and we said, look here, this is part of CSR.
Yeah, it has a community impact.
Yes, there is a community impact because you're reaching the children. You're reaching the parents of the children in the academy. Because fortunately, the nature of our academy is that we have 3 major elements as a club. Now, Tropical Royals basketball team you're talking about is one element of the club. This is supposed to be the face of the club, the vision of the club, what people see and then want to know more about the club. Now, the bigger element or the bigger plan behind the club is the academy, which is for the children. But the children have to see where they will end up or where they are going. They have to look up to the senior team players. That is why discipline is our #1 thing in the senior team. If you don't have discipline, we try to manage you. If we can't, we show you the door. Reason being, we have to be mentors and role models to the children in the academy. Now, the third element we have is the amateur sport side. And I'll tell you, it basically caters for the parents of the academy children. Like I said earlier, I believe in research. And earlier, before we started this whole club project, I studied the different academies around.
What were they doing?
Yes, what were they doing? What were they lacking? What was going right? What was going wrong? And I noticed that most of these academies, actually all of them, at the academies, parents either came, dropped their children and went away and came back to pick them up later, or they sat there reading newspapers, watching the kids and doing nothing for themselves. Then I said,
what happens?
That's what happens. Then I said, how about all these parents who are seated here? This is an opportunity for them to also work out. This is an opportunity for them to network, to get to know each other. Instead of sitting in a line scattered, why not sit together, play a game of chess or learn? Play a game of Scrabble, a game of Monopoly. If you feel you're physically active, do some aerobics. Kick a ball. It's a way to network. It's a way to have fun. It's a way to bond with your children.
It's a way to stay healthy.
It's a way to stay healthy because most of these parents will eventually go to the gym after that and pay for the gym. So I said,
why not get it free?
Yes, why not get it here?
In one center.
Exactly. Even if they're paying reasonably less than for the children, it's better that as they're bringing the children, they're also putting on sneakers and football boots. While the children have their activities, they're also having their activities. That's where partly the idea of multi-sport activities came in. So our academy is mainly basketball, but it also has other sports activities, other disciplines. We have football, badminton, chess, Scrabble, Monopoly, because we deal with body and mind. We have volleyball, we have basketball. We have these different activities. Now we are including swimming. It's also coming on board. We've already negotiated with a swimming pool somewhere. So we have the aerobics for the parents. We are including Zumba as well. We are including CrossFit. Yoga is also coming on board. So we have quite a number of other activities that we felt will help the parents, but also help the children be complete children. I'll tell you, a child that plays basketball at the age of 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, by the time they get to 18 years old, they have basketball related skills only. But I'll tell you, a child that has played basketball, football, volleyball, swimming, badminton, swimming, at the age of 5, 6, 7, by the time they get to 12, they are more all-round. By the time they choose to specialize and go into basketball, you will find that even in basketball, they will have better footwork because of football.
Different elements coming from the
because that exactly, they'll have better footwork than the other basketballers. They will have better reflexes and lateral movement because of the volleyball. They'll have better anticipation and thinking and strategy because they learn to play chess. By the time they're 18, they are playing only basketball, but they've picked up all these other
different sports.
Exactly. So that is why our motto for the academy is for a complete child.
For a complete child.
Yes, that's the motto of the Cab Royals Multi-Sport Academy.
It is Cab Royals Multi-Sport Academy.
Academy. Because we are Tropical Royals Sports Club, the senior team is Tropical Royals basketball team, but because we are Royals, we maintain the Royals. Now our logo is the lion, as you can see right here. And what is the young of a lion? A cub. So the Cab Royals are the younger Royals, the academy. Then we also have the programs for the elders, who are the veterans. Now those are called Elder Royals that are coming in. We have a program called, we have a new program also coming up called the Lady Royals, which is specific for, say, the mothers, bigger sisters of this academy.
I would think that would be a ladies team. Are you guys coming up to the ladies team for the league?
We're thinking about the ladies team, but that is, we probably will not call them Lady Royals, because the Lady Royals is more of a bigger project for the entire club, not only for the basketball team.
Is it also going to be impacting the community?
That is the whole point. And we are looking at the mothers of these children, because when we had the academy start, most of the parents, we could say, of the parents that brought their children, 70-80% of them were mothers and not necessarily fathers. The mothers pay more attention to their children and their growth and all that. So we said, how can we come up with projects for mothers where we can use sport to send other messages? We are teaching life skills as well. How do we use sport to send these messages out there? Messages that they may not necessarily get from school, messages they may not necessarily get from their parents, you know, and from community out there. But because they love sport, if we package this message together with something they love,
something that is interesting them.
Exactly, they will come for the fun, but they will pick up a message here and there.
To the parents,
that is the whole
idea.
Yes, kind of the whole question. And now, when you bring it back to the sponsors, the sponsors wanted this, what we are talking about. They wanted to be connected to something that's helping the community, something that's involving people, but also something that has a plan, that is going somewhere. It is going somewhere. They have a direction.
Vision.
Yes. At some point, we are looking at having all these sports as senior teams. We're looking at joining the chess league, for example, next year. We're looking at having a volleyball team in the volleyball league. But we're now thinking, okay, instead of having a volleyball team for men, and we have a basketball team for women, how about we instead start a volleyball team for women? That way we capture the women's side, we also capture the men's side, but we are able to chew what we can swallow. We're not chewing too much, which we can't swallow. At the same time, it's also not good to do things you can't manage. So if we can manage bit by bit, maybe eventually, if we can start the ladies team for volleyball. And we have another team for the intellectuals, for the mind, to help with the mind, say chess. Later on, we can join the Scrabble League. Later on, we can have a volleyball team for men. Later on, we can have a ladies basketball team. You know, but for football, at the moment, not yet. We want to start with the smaller sports. But we are still trying to get a partnership with different football clubs to see if, you know, we can work together. Children who grow up can join, you know, their teams elsewhere. You know, if basketball is not their thing,
you can always branch off to something.
Cut off something. To the parents watching out there who would want to enroll their children, their nephews, nieces, relatives, how does one get to be part of the academy? What is the procedure as we wind up?
One of the things that we advise them to do is to, first of all, follow our social media pages, because we usually share information on there.
On your platform?
Yes, on our platforms. That's our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Our YouTube channel is mainly to show some games of ours, but it's for the senior team. But our Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All of them have the same handle, @Tropical Royals.
@Tropical Royals.
@Tropical Royals. Okay. They can always contact us there after seeing what we have. They see some pictures, videos of what we're doing. We already moved into some schools and did some project for some kindergarten schools and all that. They can see what we're doing, what we've done in the community, and if they appreciate it and feel they would like to be part of it, they can feel free to contact us, inbox. Our contacts are on the social media platforms, especially our Facebook, Tropical Royals Sports Club. They can find all the information there. And if they like and follow, it's easy for them to keep getting notifications. And they can get in touch with us. At the moment, we are not running,
because of the COVID situation. We're also trying to study it and see how to resume. But we're planning to resume hopefully within the period of about September, because we should have resumed earlier, which was by the month of June, this month. But because the league was going on, and like I said, we don't want to chew what we cannot swallow, we said, can we focus our energies on the senior team, have them perform, and the moment the season is done,
then you can get into
the academy. But as that's going on, we are still doing the preparations. One of the major preparations that was taking up our minds was the shift in venue, because our academy was previously at MOOBS, where the senior team still trains, but now we are moving it from MOOBS to the Bogolobi area, Bogolobi Flats. Previously there was a basketball court that was last used in 2008, and we've just been engaged with the management of the area. They did not 2008. Yes, they didn't want basketball there because apparently children were getting spoiled, and they were abusing drugs and alcohol and all that. And now here we came up with this program and said, but this program is actually to bring them from those things
to
create change. Exactly, to create change for the community. Unfortunately, they approved it, and we received a letter about 3 weeks ago where they were approving Tropical Rose Academy, the Cab Rose Academy, to get there. So now the next step we're looking at is how do we revamp the court, how do we rehabilitate the basketball court,
and make it playable.
Exactly. So I'm now looking for partners to come on board. We discuss how we are going to do branding and marketing for them in exchange, but the main point is how can they come on board and support the community. For them it's a project like a CSR project, they're helping the community, but they're helping children. Right now with COVID, schools are closed. Children are in their homes.
42 days.
Institutions are also closed.
The Bogolobi Flats alone have about 962 apartments. You can imagine how many children are in those apartments. If you say each apartment has 1 to 2 children on average, you're looking at about almost 2,000 children.
Kids,
These guys are doing nothing. Their parents get up in the morning and go to work. When they're at work, you don't know what these children are doing. Many of them are adolescents, let's say half of them. That's about 1,000 of them. You don't know what they're doing. They have nothing keeping them busy.
You don't know what information they are consuming.
And they are in that stage of adolescence, in long-term athlete development. There's that stage of adolescence where, if you know the characteristics of adolescent children, that's the time where they want to be independent. That's the time where they're trying out new things. That's the time where there's a lot of peer pressure. There's a lot of temptation. There's so much. Now, if they are not controlled, because the parents are at work, what happens to them? So this was our message to the Bogolobi community. We're saying, let's bring these sports activities there. We run them for you. We manage them with our professional coaches who are all qualified. None of our coaches in our academy does not have a level 1 qualification.
Certification.
Yes. How do we do that? We're not just saying any player can just retire from the game or just come and coach. No. Even them, however good you are as a player,
there has to be a level of professionalism.
Yes, can you, if they are going to coach, they come as assistant coaches, as apprentices. They are learning, like on some kind of internship, until they do the coaching course. When they do the FIBA level 1 coaching course and pass, that's when we give them an age category. And we tell them, now you can manage under 16, you can manage under 18 girls or boys. You can manage, that is exactly what we are trying to do for the community. And I believe that, of course, it's difficult when you're starting and you're trying to do things a certain way.
Every startup has a
has challenges. But we are not changing our direction. We're not changing what we are planning. We are moving in that direction, and we believe it's the right direction. We believe sport needs to be looked at better, or in a more professional aspect than just take a to get it and let's just go kick a ball or just throw a ball here and there.
Sweat a bit.
Exactly.
Go back home.
Not everybody is built for books.
That's very true.
Not everybody is built to be a doctor or a lawyer. I am here. I'm a land surveyor by profession. I hold a master's in real estate, but I am pushing my sports end more than all these others. Why? This is my passion. I still do the others, but this is my passion.
That is your passion.
Now, there are young children out there who have a passion, who have the ability, who have the skills, and all they need is the opportunity.
And the direction.
Opportunity and direction. Mostly
Can
like
we give
Emma said.
them that? If we give them that, this is now where our discussions with schools come in. Where we've been talking to schools and saying, could you offer us just 5 scholarships for a basketball team? We will give you some of our children from our academy. They'll play for your school team, but they will be studying. Can we have this arrangement?
So that
school says
all parties are benefiting.
Exactly. They are benefiting. The children are benefiting. Exactly. We are benefiting. Thank you very much.
It's a pretty good thing, actually.
Yeah, it's an all-round thing, but I'll tell you that some of these sponsors came on board because of that project, and not necessarily because of our senior team. So bringing you back, when you talk of the LLMC or some teams in FUBA or what, they probably do not have
that aspect,
those aspects that we have, or they probably do not have other aspects that they could use. You know, their own aspects. Not every team has to have an academy. They can have their own projects, merchandising companies or whatever. They can do so many things with sports management, you know, sports agency, you know, for players, get players and, you know, sell them,
contracts, which is one of the things we actually don't have in the country.
Exactly. There are so many things that clubs can do, but they don't go out to think that wide or to even think that deep. And probably because they also have the same mindset that basketball, we shall do it after work. I'll do my things from 8 to 5. After work, I'll go and be with my team and play, and then I'll go home. I'll give them transport and go. If you do not think about it that deeply, you will not get such projects. By the way, you can even be just a team, but the way you package your team, the way you brand it. My team joined the league in 2018. This is our 3rd season. We played 2018, 2019. But the question I could ask you is, how come after 2 years of playing in the league,
you have 4 sponsors?
We have 4 sponsors. Yet we've never made the playoffs.
That have been there for
we never even made the playoffs in a lower division category. We were 13th out of 16 in 2018. We were 9th out of 16 in 2019. 2020 season did not happen. But we have 4 sponsors. So it's. And yet there are teams that have been champions. Teams that which are not even participating in the league, which are bottom of the table. I mean, for me, at the end of the day, it's about packaging. How do you package what you have? Do you have something that's sustainable? Do you have something that these sponsors believe they can benefit from? Most of these sponsors do not just want to be seen out there. They actually want to help. Because the people in these companies that we're talking about, Bella is not a company per se. Bella is the people that work for this brand. Abby is not Abby the clinic, the hospital, because it can move. Abby is the people that work for Abby, that represent Abby. Now, there are people, the directors, there are people there that actually want to help because they're human. The owner of Bella is a lady. If you know her, she's called Ukonika, I forget their name. She is Prudence. She is a very, very passionate person about the girl child. Very passionate about helping young girls develop, avoid early child pregnancies, you know, run away from antisocial behavior and these boys and, you know, the adolescents we've talked about and all that. So when we were packaging this product of our academy, I went and told her, imagine with all this COVID going on, girls are not going to school. Even parents probably do not have the money to send them to school. If they have a boy or a girl, they'll probably send the boy to school and not the girl.
Not the girl, that's true.
How can we help these girls? When I spoke with her, she said, by the way, we had a meeting. We were supposed to have a meeting for 1.5 hours. In that meeting, we sat for less than 15 minutes. By I think minute 12, 13, because I looked at my watch. She said, Brian, stop there. I see where you're going. I know where you're going, and that's where we want to go. Bella is in. This is the MD, this is the real founder.
He closed the deal in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes. And that's after the pleasantries and hello, and this is our club, we do this. She said, I see where you're going. That is where we want to be. We want to partner with you. Please do not go any further. Can I plan to leave now? We are going through another appointment. Can we move? Your thing is already done. Deal with operations. We are in. And it was as simple as that.
Brilliant.
Right now I'm wearing Bella and
brilliant,
getting free drinks here.
brilliant ideas that Brian has. It is and it has been Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Felix Seopal. This is Emmanuel Ateng. In studio today we've been having Brian Rugendo, and to the viewers out there, I hope you also picked a leaf when it comes to sports management. Brian, thank you so much for gracing Slam Dunk Basketball.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. Until we meet next Saturday, have a pleasant afternoon.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes. Welcome to the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okela. And today on the show, we are saying the world revealed itself to those who walk on foot. Are you one of those people who walk on foot? Do you pedal on foot every single day? Do you see the world as it reveals itself to you? Can you see the truth that the world reveals to you while you're walking on foot by the roadside? Can you explore and learn the meaning of things that reveal themselves to you? Ladies and gentlemen, on the show today is the third-born son of the former president of the Republic of Uganda, Idi Amin Dada, aka the Secret Box, aka the wisdom of the secret of Amin himself. Welcoming Jaffa Remo Amin to the show, dressed in a new outfit today. Freshly made. Jaffa, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a Sam and Andre of Ivory Coast.
Wow.
Because we're elephants, you'd rather go to the nation of the elephants. Cote d'Ivoire.
So this is from Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah, Sam.
Welcome to the show. And would you explain yourself? Why are you dressed very smartly today? Moreover, on a new outfit.
I'm a cultural activist, and we're in the midst of online Poate, Pearl of Africa, where there's a celebration festival.
Okay.
I originally coined the word kujaguza. Somebody went for acronyms. Ugandans with their obsession with acronyms. An idea gets lost in acronyms. Just use a single word, endaba. Or kujaguza.
Yes.
A celebration
of things.
But they insist on their technicalities.
Yes, but you see, I have another question, because most times we tend to make things complicated. We like summary. In Uganda, we like summary. I don't know if Africa, we like summary, but specifically in Uganda, we like summary. Give me the summary only. I just want the summary of everything that has happened. And because of that, our nature of asking for summaries, the world always summarizes everything they need from us and take from us.
In acronyms.
In acronyms. Because we never look at things from a bigger point of view. That, by the way, brings us to the first part of the show, Jaffa. This topic, the world reveals itself to those who walk on the foot.
Yeah.
Or on foot.
Explore
What's
and
your
learn.
making?
I added an impetus there of explore and learn. When I came to Uganda, I was an out-and-out British. I spoke with a clipped accent, and everything looked very strange to me. But when I decided to move around, you get to know the ways of life and the way people move. And it's not the situation I received when I was in '84 going to London and actually slowing down crowds and people are passing me and looking back, he must be African. There were comments, but they were time conscious and they had a schedule and they had to meet their schedule. But in Africa, I went back, I ironically reverted back to the old African way of walking. And when you move around by foot, you get to meet the most unexpected gems in this world of ours. And sometimes you meet really honorable people doing the very same thing. It's not a political walk to work, BCG thing. It is you getting in touch with nature. You getting it, and in reverse, you get in touch with yourself.
Okay. So we have often seen people walk in the. We've often seen people walk on the road. Africans walking on the road, whether in Nigeria or whatever, we are walking, and then we are talking to ourselves. And then sometimes we're mistaken to be mad people. Sometimes they say, I think he's gone cuckoos, it's not okay. Huyo jamaa amepotea kichwa. You know, huyo jamaa amepotea, you know, we say so many things. But you are actually interacting with nature. You are seeing what is going on. Somebody has thrown a bottle of water while you're walking and almost hit your head off the car and you're like, right, is this the best thing? Is that what you're referring to as the world revealed self?
No, for me, my revelation
those
is
who walk on foot?
You're listening to the conversations. They're beautiful conversations as you move.
Okay.
It could be, you're going to bring me this thing from the shop. The next discussion could be, a discussion about somebody coming early in the morning, but was not there at night, did not sleep at home. There are several discussions as you move along. When you get to the really loud areas, there's the buzz of people setting up in the market. I found there's a soothing way where the nature is revealing itself to you and people's everyday living. And it's almost like what you people do with your yoga or whatever. Sometimes people need the sound of the stream to calm them down. You're getting in touch with nature in that way. So whether it is the buzz of a town or actually going into the village setup and it's the chickens doing their thing, the animals doing their thing, it's you realigning. Even you get to a point where you're actually listening to the bee just jumping from one flower to another. It's you realigning yourself with nature.
Wow. That's it, Jaffa. Explore and learn is coming from the position of the way we look into what happened to us in the world. The people we trust, but then we lose our trust to them because they have not been honest. The people we throw ourselves to, we confide in them, and we are lost. Give us the ability to think forward. I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been disappointed? And if yes, how did you think back in exploring and learning from that mistake?
For me, disappointment comes every day. It's in Nubian we have a saying, 2 funerals has actually made a hard time for a dog. A dog can come to a funeral expecting food and it's not ready, it goes to the next funeral, finds the food is not ready, then it comes. When it comes back to the previous one, the food is finished. And then it goes back to the other one in anticipation of it having something, and it finds the food is finished. So we say, Karama tineni geleb Kelly. Kelly is the dog, Karama is the funeral.
Yes.
So 2 funerals. So we as human beings, if you have set your target on one objective, fulfill it. But quite often we are
moving.
Another way of saying it is, I always say, because I find very clever people, especially amongst millennials and our generation Z.
Yes.
If you're going to hunt a buffalo, I know there are 15,000 of them in Kidepo, but aim at one. But they'll start moving.
Aiming at all of them, because they want to shoot all of them and grab all of them at the same time.
There are 15,000 buffaloes.
Yes, yes. And so, they don't understand why elders says aim at one first.
It's the whole essence of priority.
Yeah.
Remember our previous meeting?
Yes.
Prioritizing what you want to do.
Yeah.
For example, now I have learned that it's not about me pleasing the world, but it is me satisfying the needs of family. And that's not a selfish or nepotistic approach. It is you prioritizing the essence of charity begins at home.
Yeah. Wow. And that's a wisdom right there on the Elders Wisdom Circle. When we say charity begins from home, we are looking at
your nuclear family.
Yes.
Wife and children.
Yes.
It's not being selfish like the British or the Kenyans who are famous for doubting your greeting in the morning.
Yes. But you see, yes.
But it is you taking pride in providing for the ones who matter the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jaffa, that is question number 2. So the wisdom there, if you would give us in that context, what's the wisdom we pick from there? From the funeral of the dog and to this.
Prioritize everything and being objective with what you want to do in life.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what is coming from the elders today.
Yeah, because we often are disappointed and we often disappoint others.
Okay. But the young people of today are saying the elders are not giving them the space to think. And so the young people are wondering, you're saying that the world belongs to me, I'm the future of the world, but you're not giving me the time to think. You're not even showing me that this future belongs to me. You are still stuck in that place.
Yeah, but
and
it's
Dad, you are not moving and you're telling me I'm the one going to inherit this business. Perhaps that has not been able to prepare them to go forward. What would be your best advice to the young when the elders are not moving? You know those village roads where you'll be walking in African roads and then you meet an elder, and so the elder doesn't give you space. The youngs are meant to step aside.
Always. It's them who have lost.
Yes.
But remember my first show with you, I explained the essence of the Kadogos. In 86, people walked in here and they were 12 years old, but they've wielded their guns. And they'd been taught, it's an ideology, by the way, that was instilled in them, that they supersede the elders. Yeah, so they've learned that these are not of use to us. By the way, there's a whole lot of people breaking wonderful houses that could be preserved in the interest of modernity. So the children have learned that. But it showed its face on the Victory Day of 1986, where Kadogo, who was wielding power, walked into Kampala. And can you imagine that 12-year-old today, plus 35 years or 40 years onto that? They are my age mates. Yeah, and
52.
They're on the precipice of old age, of being elders. Their children have learned a sickening sense of selfishness, or it's my turn. Remember my statement of somebody telling an old man, Tata Rachitofa, Dad, why don't you die? People have the audacity to say that. Of course, it shocks communities. Yeah? But everyone is saying it in all social media. you hear statements like, this should not have happened in Tanzania, it should have happened here. It's almost satanic to say so, but people are expressing their angst in that sense. So I'm answering you that people need us to move on. Even me, who's a mzee kijana, is being lumped in the same thing as the person who
Nataka kutembea pole pole.
You almost said the crazy one.
Unataka kutembea pole pole.
Yeah, Swahili is an issue.
Well, we needed to break some heights on the show,
you see, our theme today is walking. I learned the hard way. I went and climbed Kilimanjaro, and I was thinking I should really walk quickly. But quickly a guide would come in front of me and actually block my movement. And you're looking up, he was a giant. He was actually taller than me.
Yeah.
He was called Yahoo! And then he would just look behind and go, pole, pole. Is what you were trying to say. You don't have to say the tembea. You just go straight into the action. Pole. Then I would put on the brakes, you know, go back to gear number 2, the engine gear, and I would follow Yahoo. And that was the only way I would get up to the top of the mountain. And we kept seeing very disappointed Caucasians coming down, young, all of them crying, because at some point, their body could not, it gave up. Just because of altitude sickness, their body gave up on them, because for them, they were walking too fast.
Okay.
And it's like me, I came from the hectic movements of England back to Kampala, and it's like Yahoo came, and for me, he was a giraffe, I'm an elephant. He sort of slowed me down. Pole.
Sasa tunasema pole pole, kijana watu wote, kijana wa Afrika pole pole. Wa vijana.
Yes, please.
Yes, that you young people learn from the elders and go slow.
Take it nice and slow.
Take it nicely. Don't be in a
But
hurry.
it's their time.
Yes. No, it's
There's no
their
denying.
time.
It's
It's
no
their
denying.
time, but the wisdom we're talking about today is that the world belongs to, and the world reveals itself to those who walk on foot.
Yeah.
So it's
You're
only when
not
you're
in a Mercedes, huh?
Yes. It's only when you're walking on foot that you begin to hear certain words speak
Thank
to
you.
you.
Remember the neighbor.
The
next block.
Yes, even in your head you'll be hearing, what if you are coming from a meeting where they told you, you know, the problem with you are good for nothing.
Yeah, somebody has undermined you, and he's my age mate.
Good for nothing.
I've probably succeeded.
Yes.
I look like I'm succeeding.
Yes.
But I always have to put the rest down.
Yes.
There's too much of that.
And
Parents even say, they're supposed to be not heard.
Yes.
Shut up. There's a lot of shutting up
Yes,
in
because
society.
the parents have also had a big disappointment in their life. They are dealing with a lot of things in their life. But the young needs to understand that my parents or the old are dealing with so many things. There could be steps they have missed in life. There could be some things they didn't do very well. They long so much to build a house. They have not built a house they desired when in their early 50s, in their early 20s, in their early 30s, in their 40s. They are now in 50s, they're in 60s. And they are struggling to find a place in their heart to forgive themselves.
And they've not succeeded.
And they have not succeeded.
They're on the rat race.
Yes.
You remember that hamster that moves around in a cage that is just swiveling in one motion?
Exactly.
Huh?
So the young needs to understand that while the old has told you, pole pole, umwana wange, tembea pole pole, go slow, you are going too fast, you're overriding your steps. You will miss.
Or burn out.
You burn out. That's what you're saying, that when you're moving, Yahoo told you.
He just came. He just understood.
Yes.
My brain had suddenly told me, no, let me get to the next camp.
Quickly. So sometimes it's not about the speed. Being the fast. Being the
It's a
first
marathon.
being an inventor doesn't mean that you're always going to
You remember when you were having a sweet conversation with Onongoma?
Yes.
And I was like, I immediately said, Eddie is a marathoner, Ongom is a sprinter. Ochom, yes. Ochom is a sprinter.
Yes.
I realized by the shortcuts he wanted the discussion to go through, but you wanted the discussion, the explanation.
Because
to
I
come
have
through.
been there.
That's the point.
And
Experience
I have seen
transfer.
that.
Experience transfer.
Exactly. So I've been there, I've seen that even if I go fast, the process is very simple. It's going to bring me back here.
Yeah. And
so
for
I want
me,
to save him from disappointments before he
that
gets
is
there.
it. Now, for example, with me, my experience transfer is simply, for all the pitfalls I've gone through, I'm going to tell it to the next person. I'm going to bequeath, my favorite word. I'm going to bequeath it to the next generation so that they do not fall into the same rut. You know, horses? Horses used to cut up sand. People who go to Kidepo don't realize how mushy the soil is. When it rains, even the best cars just
Well, we experienced that when we went to Kapchora, the whole of that area over the weekend. We were trying really difficult to move, so it was the skill
with
of
which
driving,
to do it. Yeah.
And so we kept making a jokes with our friend. We were saying that Dawudi is driving a 4x4, but the car is doing like this.
You start going like so because you're going too fast. Without defensive driving,
so you
should actually slow down and the grip comes.
And then also less power.
That's it. That's
play
it.
with
that is it.
Yes.
But the ones who try
faster, it always
they
goes.
split.
So that's what we're saying. The world revealed itself to those who walk on foot. So when you are coming, young man, young lady, and they said you are useless, they said you are running, faster than your time. I want you to slow down and think
listen.
About
Start
why
listening.
did they say this to me?
Why was
what
it?
have I said wrong?
Why did it become an insult?
Why did it become an insult to me?
Rather than an advice.
Yes, to think through.
Oh, for us, we're quick. With Africans, we're quick to insult.
Yes.
Do you realize that our politics is not a debate, it's insult?
Yes, against.
The first person to insult the most wins.
Yes.
It's supposed to show cleverness. Yet debates are supposed to be you giving your side, I give my side, and we come to a middle ground where we get to understand each other's needs.
And just before we go for a break, Jaffa, it's actually a point of saying the debate you talked about, the point you brought here, is that the world has already revealed yourself, that the person you are sitting with and talking to
has been through it.
Has been through it.
Been there, seen
there, done that, or has been beaten
by it.
Yes,
so
and
he's cynical.
That's
cynical.
Yes.
Cynicism is with us.
Yeah. And
it defines Uganda.
Exactly.
Right now.
So you need to be careful how you respond to that person by thinking through this process before it actually revealed.
Yeah, it will smack you in the face.
A guy on the foot walking on the roadside,
it will
and you
smack
hear the child that now one hour good one accident good day. Where were you? The cars already, the accident has happened. If you are here, we would have stopped the accident.
That is it.
Well, that's what we're talking about here. While you walk on foot in Africa, think, because the world
it reveals it.
Yes, and so explore the moments that come on the road
and learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a break, and Elders Wisdom Circle will be right back after the break. Jaffa Remo Amin, Eddie Okila, talking about the world revealing itself to those who walk on foot. Explore and learn, or else the world will cook for you portion, and you'll eat the dirty dust. people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Welcome back to the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okela, and we are talking about the world revealing itself to those who walk on foot. Have you ever been in that situation when everything else is falling apart? When they have told you you amount to nothing? When everywhere you turn to, people don't give you respect? When every step you make is just hell on earth and you're wondering, but God, why me? Have you been in that spot? I have been there. And of course, Jaffa Remo Amin has been in that same spot, or have been in that same spot as well, and have tested the waters.
Since
54 years.
Since 1979.
And talking about 30-something years only.
But I'm saying, I've been in that spot since 1979.
Yes.
When you move from first son to ordinary,
yes, and walking on the
everyday people. No, but walking is
because they see you that you're walking and then says,
yeah, but you see,
sometimes we mix the feelings. We don't know that you're walking for fitness, health and fitness.
It's not even about that.
Health, or you just want to clear your mind.
I explained to you a very important thing. We are in the midst of politics of humiliation. It started with the Kawaka, and it's in a continuum. It is a process. It's Machiavellian, and it is a due process. Today I was looking at Soyuz jets flying over. It could be a celebration or a threat. How you use the Soyuz jet is up to you. But what message is it sending to your populace? Is it a celebration or kujaguza or a threat? Do you get me? I was taking some sweet pictures with my son, then suddenly my son went, wow. And I was still taking pictures and he said, there are 3. But I was listening to the Soyuz jets crossing over, and it's been but for me it reminds me of war.
Because
my father would, well, my father would place 30 supersonic jets in the air. Today I'm seeing 6 or 3 of them. I'm just trying to say, from 79, we started a journey of 1,000 miles.
So to
everybody goes
yes.
through it.
So to you, walking on the foot and seeing that and hearing that reminds you of your day.
Of course. Now, I am as old as the humiliation of Buganda and their amazing lamenters from 1966. For them, their world stopped in 1966. I am as old as the day my father took the tanks and attacked Lubidi. Are you understanding?
So, but we also know that...
But you see, I'm trying to explain that Jafar walking, whether somebody laughs or takes it in, for me it goes back to 66 when I was born.
Okay.
The politics of humiliation.
But the politics of humiliation you're talking about, and the wisdom that we pick from that, I was talking to a man walking on the roadside, confused, and saying, look, I don't even know which one is the truth now.
what we were told from the old and the past and what we're being told today are totally very different. But then I remember the lesson a white man gave to me, a very old white man in the gym, and he says, my son, and in my mind was, my son, you're white and black. Why would you call me your son? We don't make sleep black. Can't you see? Then he says, no. You see, that's the problem with you guys. You are not thinking right, that when I refer to you as my son, you don't have to be biologically belonging to me. But you need to know that I have seen more things in life than you have seen in your own life. I probably have more information about your own country and about what happened in your own country than you do. So I live in Jinja by the source of the Nile. I can tell you the history of your country more than you can tell to me. And I want to tell you that you need to listen and change your perspective. So I moved from being a rebellious young man in the gym, working with a white man, to a reflective person. And by the time he was done with his statement, I was like, but what if I was just being rude because somebody else told me something?
Yeah,
I had them
remember
talk about
we
it to
learned.
me,
Yeah,
yes.
we learned from
and
our
I
parents.
never explored to learn more, which is why we're saying the world revealed itself to those who walk on foot.
Let me give you a perfect example.
And
I got off
before-
a taxi.
Yes.
I got off a taxi at Warusimbis. That's
Yes.
my favorite spot.
Yeah.
Then I moved towards the wall of Kingdom, which was Shimoni. Shimoni Primary. I was busy admiring the new building, and in my mind I had already got advance notice that by 2023 a state-of-the-art hotel is also going to be built in the same place. So I already had that in my plan. I've always seen some drawings of it, and I was busy admiring. Then a gentleman came down and he was looking at the same thing, and he was talking to himself, and he simply said, they are busy in Uganda, they're busy stealing everything. Then he looked at me with suspicion and walked past. Now I contrasted what I was thinking of the vision of the nice place with what this man came into my mind with his open statement of what he was seeing. He was not seeing development, he was seeing outright theft. Because for him, the original setup was an amazing demonstration school called Shimoni.
And probably went through that same school.
He must have been an OB.
Yes.
Same age, we were same age mates. Two ships passing each other. My mindset, based on a real mangadet who told me yesterday, 2023, I'm saying within the same vicinity, yes, and I corrected him. There was supposed to be 6 of the same building that we have present. I said, yeah, but they're going to build the best hotel in Africa at the same par as Dubai. But this man hammered me a real slap in the face. Baba Bulichintu. And he moves.
So you see, I don't know whether you
God entered, the man entered my thoughts at that very moment.
Yeah, but you see the lesson there which I want to draw back, you know, from that moment I had with the white man. And that moment when I had with the white man in the gym, and when he said that, I took a moment to think. You see, obviously I had not thought about the whole thing, the story told to me and the way it's told. But yet, if I had taken time to think about some of these things and actually explore to learn, I would get something. So I decided to engage with the old man from the point of, I'm not your father, I'm not your son, don't call me your son. And then I wanted to learn more from him. And then he said, you see, Amin never attacked Mengo. It is we, the Brits, who sent him because he was our puppet. Because we feared that if the Kabaka and Obote remain together, Uganda would become ungovernable. So we just triggered Amin because he had revenge in him.
No. I wish to correct you.
Yes,
on that.
just hold on. He said he had revenge in him. So I said, what do you mean he had revenge in him? Revenge with who? Mengo, who he does? Then he said, no.
We knew the point to trigger because we trained some of them. So he had revenge that when he was cooking for us, they looked down on him as a cook. So when he became powerful and rose to the rank, and he saw that when he pointed the gun like this was a sapsuta, as they call it. So then he asked himself, so what was the difference between me, who was cooking, and the white man who was holding the gun? I was still on the better shooting. So sending him there revenge was not about Mengo, whatever, according to the white man. It was about, revenging that, okay, I'll go to take this order because this order here proves to them that I am sharp. So, but, Jaffa, it's not the point that I wanted to learn, the point that I want to refer to. It is now me beginning to ask the question. So 1996 happened, like you refer to. 1969. 66 happened. So who did what to Mengo? Who took the order?
Yeah, but you
then
see,
I start to think now.
But you see, your statement is not so much a white man's. Yeah. That is the statement that comes from the UPC. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it this way. With my father, he was in a meeting where he was supposed to surround the whole thing, but he chose to give them a leeway for escape. And that actually is the beginning of his downfall in the eyes of Obote. Amin was a darling up to that moment of a perceived failure to apprehend the monarch. Yeah? So it was not so much the Brit saying, send him there as a trigger to shoot and prove his worth. It was actually him undermining an order to totally surround the place.
But now, Jeff, it brings us to this point. The world revealed itself to those who walk on foot, explore and learn. That moment you are walking around Chimoni, you are seeing the beautiful things because the
no, I mean the know. I mean the know about the development.
Yes.
Yes. So for me, I'm seeing development.
Yes.
He is seeing my school
as
part of an oligarchy of ravenous greed that is taking away
so he's
from
seeing
society.
theft. Yes, that's what he's saying.
taking from
Outright
society.
theft. Now the question there comes in. Both of you are walking on foot. He needs to explore to learn where it is coming from, who is stealing and how. But that word, when it translates to many people on the on the street rather, and walking on foot, we all will begin to think that that is it. But who is stealing? Who are these people? What are they stealing? What if it is the situation where Mengo the Kabaka is exiled to Britain, and then he lives the most miserable life in Britain, and then nobody ever asks questions, okay, what happened? Wherewith the wisdom to ask questions. Maybe we'll have explored something there. But yet Amin remains soiled, Obote remains soiled, and the history doesn't give us the understanding. So we the young people will continue to walk, just blaming here and blaming here. We don't
That's what we call the politics of humiliation.
Yes.
I'm saying we are in the midst of it. Since I was born, brother, 1966. I've answered you there.
So how do we explore to learn more and go forward?
I
The
hope.
words on the foot is that. The world has revealed itself to us and the reality of what you are saying. So how do we learn to move forward? That's point number 2.
Everyone listening to each other's side of the story.
Yeah.
You pointed out something that claimed to be white, but it sounded very UPC. Huh?
But he's an old man who told me this in South Africa in the gym.
Yes, I know, but it's the UPC narrative. Everything is a narrative. Yeah. Until I tell you, no, Mzee did not circle them, and it caused him problems with the father of the nation. He did not fulfill the notion of him being a hatchet man. Huh? Oh, you saying a puppet. But the word we Pan-Africanists use is stooge. But he never was. Because he made his decision at that moment, I'm not going to spill the blood of the monarch. Here's a leeway, out you go. Whether they claim heroics of escape, that is their problem. His blood is not on my hand. A Pontius Pilate. That was a Pontius Pilate moment.
But him washing his hands at that moment
made
him a mortal enemy of Akena Doho and Oito Joke, the new Turk, who was supposed to replace this old guard called Idi Amin. But they realize he's cleverer than he looks.
So the question here, Jaffa, is that we need a wisdom to pick from here. The world reveals itself to those who walk on foot.
When are we going to stop
Explore
the
the
politics of humiliation?
Yes.
When? The young will answer us.
But how does the young answer us when
They are
the elders
loving.
themselves are still
No, it
confused?
has nothing to do with them. They're inheriting angst. You remember?
So you're saying that the ones who are coming are inheriting. Okay.
We have inherited angst.
Okay.
We hate
Your
without
generation.
reason.
Yes, okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
But it has permeated you also, the millennials. Just know Abenguru. They're like that.
Because nobody ever mentored us. We're looking for words on the streets and we're trying to explore on the streets, but we're not getting
They
it.
are
So therefore we're
loving.
confused.
I told you, these people, your generation, and the generation G, share.
Because we believe that giving is good.
No, it is godly. It's in the books that we have forgotten about.
Okay.
We have crammers, we have learners. Today it's about learning. But the ones who cram don't actually know what is in the book. Have you seen the new MD that comes? For example, England sends us all their unemployment people who have been there beyond 5 years. Then they get the top job in the UN and you're forced to resign because you're sick and tired of chaperoning somebody who has nothing to do with the post that they've been posted in and they're being paid $10,000. There's situations where I'm sick and tired of babysitting this fool who's an unemployed, who was just part of an unemployment statistic in the EU. They're the ones who end up with us. And they're the same type of character like you're a South African who actually blasted you like a missionary and you swallowed whole.
I still remain lost because we do not know. We
you feel that Muzungu is right all the time.
No, I had to slow down my brain.
It is us being conditioned.
No, I had to stop to think because
as a Pan-Africanist,
the elders are not giving me this. So I want to know right now, how do we pick the brains from the elders? At what point
you
do
have already
guys
taught us.
tell
You've
me?
already taught us the way. The word thinking out of the box is very much a millennial thing. It's very much a Generation Z. They come out with solutions that are wonderful, that are godly, that are wholesome, that shares and shares and shares. For me, I answered you a long time ago.
Ladies and
you
gentlemen,
guys are the future, you are the solution. And you talking amongst yourselves scares the living daylights out of the traditionalists. And the baby boomers are confused because they feel threatened. And then what's my generation? I'm a Generation X. By the way, we lost a man. Rough Riders. We lost one of our commanders.
Yes.
DMX.
Yes.
But Generation X should have stopped partying a long time ago because that's what defined us. Forget the hippies who are baby boomers, but the Generation X were in such a party mood and they forgot that they had to earn a living.
So now the world is revealing itself to you
because
because
you forgot that you had to earn a living. You were busy partying.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Elders Wisdom Circle. This is why we say have a meaningful conversation with the elders. Talk to the old. The old will always give you something you don't know. They will help you to challenge your thinking and open up the governance of your brain to begin to think in a manner in which you can understand things, put perspective into place, attitude, perception would change.
And avoid pitfalls.
Yes.
Avoiding pitfalls.
The pitfalls, you're talking in very good English.
Yeah. Pitfalls
What
are those of Ituri. We are on the most expensive location estate in Kampala.
Yeah.
But it's almost like Honorable Nasasira is still in power.
Are you explaining the potholes in that
pitfalls? So all our pitfalls are everything that was bequeathed to us by Nasasira.
Yeah.
You don't need to put grade 1. Huh? Just put grade 4. What's wrong with you? Huh? We have other issues, and where are we going to use our money? I did not go to school just for you to come and insult me like this. Just do grade 4. You don't listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man has gone cuckoos.
I'm trying to explain somebody who's in power but doesn't care.
Yeah.
And it's at a line ministry level, people.
Yes, yes.
Line ministry. Somebody feels he has the wherewithal to decide the grade 4.
Yes.
But the World Bank document is telling you first grade road, which is 1 million shillings per kilometer.
Yes.
A billion, forgive me, correction. 1 billion shillings per kilometer. So we should use 1 billion. Just put 300 million here. Just the maram with the roller, and then you put it the bitumen, and we go. We have a 60% that we need to save. I'm explaining what you listen. You've never sat and passed people walking on the road.
No.
This is wrong. This is a supervisor talking, and it's orders that permeated from the
and we're hearing while we are walking.
That's the whole point. There's always a supervisor.
There's
that supervisor who came, Johnny come lately, and is as boastful as Bianyima Oba.
So we're talking about the world is revealing itself to those who
not shortcuts but shortcuts. They're taking shots and shots at life itself.
If you get it, because we are saying the world reveals itself to those who walk on foot.
My God.
Those things you hear when they are fixing the roads, the guys are actually
the supervisor is enacting exactly what the line minister, what the line minister says.
Yes.
It permeates. It trickle. It's a trickle down effect. Collapsion.
This show is over today, and we're saying that the world, that topic, put it up there for people to see. The world reveals itself to those who walk on foot. I hope you understand that every day secrets are around
revealed to you.
Things are revealed around you, but what are you seeing? Explore and learn. Then you become smarter and don't become angrier on people or try to be, a snitch.
Or smarter. Some people actually get angry for being told that. I've had this several times. A sweet girl with a blacker belly, about to be hit by a car, and I'm like, hey! She looks at you with I know. Every person who tells you I know does not. Every time somebody answers you, I know, they don't know zilch. But she was about to have a massive collision with a 40-footer coming from Luzira. But she'll tell you the person, the saving angel, I know! With tears in the eyes. I'm like, welcome, it's your funeral. That's when they actually stop, huh?
Yes.
Because they suddenly realize there's a 40-footer right there. Becoming a real elephant like me. The elephants of the road are those Mercedes-Benzes that my father introduced, you know?
They're actresses today. But that girl was busy on a proggy. She was probably going to a sauna. It's just like the sirens. I always jokingly say every siren you hear at 6 has nothing to do with emergency. Those officials are heading for their sauna and whatever. Self-importance, mistaken sense of entitlement. That's what's revealed to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to bring this show to an end, and I hope you understand. Jeff and I, we have come to the end of the day with the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course we're talking about the world revealed itself to those who walk on foot. Please explore and learn. There are things you're looking for are always around and about, like science.
Out and about.
Please, yes.
Out and about. It's a British word.
Yes.
Out and about.
Yes. But we're saying they are around you like science. Science is not far from you. It's
Nature.
around you.
And
Nature is within you. So please learn to listen to them and learn to explore. All right? And learn to be serious in life. Think about your life. Think about everything. The Elders Wisdom Circle has come to an end. Until next week, we will be saying goodbye. And please walk on the road with your ears on the ground and
explore and learn.
The learning.
Explore and learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, peace. Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. And how are you all doing? Are you still creating stuff? Are you making sure that the stuff you're creating is reaching the market? Do you have some partnerships? Are you creating relationships that is going to make sure that your product gets to the market? If not, today on the program is what we bring you. The discussion on managing partnerships and relationships all across. But of course, we need to go global. Are you creating what will go global? And if it's yes, then today's program is for you. Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Faizo Chiwewa, who is back and fresh from Baimba Foundation. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We are still bongering, and how was your week?
It was good. First of all, I would like to congratulate the, what was it yesterday?
The International Day of Fresh Freedom.
Yeah, Press Freedom.
Yes.
So all the press people, congratulations, those who are free.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's really good to kind of remind ourselves
that
some rights and values are very important to certain segments of society.
Absolutely. And I could not agree with you more. Faizo, welcome to the program. Creative Industry Talk exists for us to share a lot more in our thinking space, and of course in the space that we create things for those who consume, as well as entertainment. And of course today we are starting this talk with a very interesting discussion. First of all, I would like to take Faizo to cultural and creative industry. Culture and the creative industry in Uganda. How is the space, the landscape today, having given the background of COVID-19 in the past?
I think it's getting interesting. I mean, as we've been talking over time, you realize that more and more new things are coming up. You saw the Operation Wealth Creation launched their new Yuga tunes. So that means that they are trying to also offer some opportunities for music online online musicians, so that they can earn from their money. I don't know how it's going to work, so I've not really dug into it yet, but I heard a lot of buzz about it, and some of the local musicians are very excited. But on the other hand, the Ministry of Culture, or the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, is working with the European Union on developing a study on the film industry in Uganda, and they are trying to see what they can do, what areas need to be invested in, as well as there is a music village that is coming up in the by the government. So I'm curious how that this village is going to be. You might find a lot of drums and xylophones everywhere. So there's quite a lot of things coming up. I think the most challenging part of it now still is the fact that the entertainment industry is not yet open to operate.
Okay.
And I think it's been overdue, and I hear many people are putting their voices out to make sure that at least they can be given an opportunity, just like they have done for the rest of the industries. If you go downtown, if you go in the parks, people are working. Why not the entertainment industry? So that's where we are.
Okay. Well, that's a recap right there coming from Faizo Chiwewa, of course, giving us a recap of the cultural and creative industry space in Uganda and what needs to be done, who needs to do what, where, and how. And I think so far it's looking good that ever since we started the conversation, people seems to be picking up and actually looking into making sure that the industry gets back on its feet. Faizo, I want to take you straight to this part of the show, which is, what is a creative ecosystem and why do we need it in Uganda or in Africa, for example?
I will speak for Uganda because Africa is quite huge, even though we are, brothers and sisters, but we have so many different contexts in terms of how we operate, culturally, how we look at things, how we react to things. So if I were to trade to be in a culture space, I would trade for West Africa. Why? Because West Africa is one of the communities, as in its people are very social, they are very caring, they are very engaging, they are very supportive, they are very artistically mature. and it really makes it a little bit easier to operate in this environment because everyone, it's not really difficult to navigate. And when it comes to culture, for them, they all believe that it's part of their day-to-day life. It's not like us here where we have to talk about it, lobby for it, and even if you do so much talking, it's still difficult to be heard. Okay. So, but in the Ugandan context, I think the ecosystem here is still, challenged because of the many factors that we've been talking about as we've been in the previous episodes. Whereas it's important that all these systemic structures are put in place so that the industry could operate and work towards a sustainable future. I think that there is still a lot of bottlenecks that needs to be fixed, and that's not only on one level, but at so many different levels. Yes. Not only from the actors or the players or the industry practitioners, but also from private sector, government, individuals. We all need to play a role and look at it in a way that we are able to contribute to the sustainability of the creative industries. So at the moment, there is no ecosystem here in Uganda because nothing has been really thought and planned strategically to support that ecosystem. Okay. It's still bits and bytes. It's still a few aspects, a few individuals who have sacrificed and putting their lives online, taking the bullets and trying to make sure that things happen. But if we could all realize what we need to do as a people and look at the industry as a benefactor for all of us, I think it would be really, really significant that we start seeing this ecosystem come into life. But for now, we are just in bits and bytes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you've heard that one from Faisal. We are on the Creative Industry Talk tonight, rather this morning, depending on which part of the world where you are. We are talking about the industry space, and we're talking about the ecosystem of the creative, industry in Uganda, in Africa, and Faisal has talked about in Africa, and has also mentioned a bit of Ghana, and of course why we need it in this time, and of course in our life and in time and space. Of course, we are live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. You go there and share. Far and wide, please make sure that everybody who is a creative thinker, creative, mind is part of this conversation. Faisal, how can it help us to understand the support? Help us and actually support the enterprise operating within the creative industry.
The support structure. Yes. I think it really depends. The creative industry is diverse. Yeah. There's a lot of things, and within those within its diversity, there's a lot of different segments to that. So when you're talking about support, of course you can have an overall strategic approach to supporting the creative industry, but also you have to break it down depending on which specific disciplines or subsectors or subdivisions of it. When it comes to the performing arts, I would say music, dance, theater, film, you find that it is quite a huge undertaking if you're to invest in those or to support those performing arts. And if it also goes to the visual arts, where you find the film is still there, painters and videographers, photographers. It's also a huge undertaking to invest or support those sectors. So it would really be very useful. I think for me, what I always think of is that at the moment we need to first have an overview of the industry as a whole. And understand where it is now and what it needs, what is there and what is missing. And then from that we can segment it and say, okay, within the film industry, who is doing what have they managed to achieve, where do they need help? Do they need help in capacity building? Do they need help in equipment? Do they need help in distribution or markets and stuff like that? So you direct the investment or you direct the support where it is needed. The same thing with film, with music. I think it's one of the most visible, art form. People enjoy music. They enjoy Ugandan music. They listen to it all the time, and it's also making a lot of returns for those who have been able to stream their music and earn some digital royalties as well as copyright. So when it comes to supporting the music industry, I think it's also important to understand which kind of musicians do we have and what kind of support do they need. So you'll find that I've just had a conversation recently, last week actually, with one of the artists who's very popular, and I was asking him, who is distributing your music? And he was like, what is distribution? I'm like, okay.
Imagine a musician doesn't know what
exactly. And I'm like, you mean all these years with all the music you have no distributor? Where are you streaming? Like, you have to ask my producer. So it kind of showed to me that you might see a huge artist with a huge following, but not knowing what they are supposed to do with their following, with their content and stuff like that. So that kind of analysis gives us an idea of where do we need to support the industry. So I think before we even start saying this is the money, or the government has put 100 million into the creative industries, we need to first know where is that money going to go. Because if it just comes, of course, it's like everything else. When you have money and you have no plan for it, you spend it and you don't earn anything from it. You find yourself losing your money. So I think it's important for the government, or for the one, whether it's supporting, whether it's a funder or an individual, to first analyze and say, okay, if I'm going to put in 100 million, where exactly is it going to go? And then that really gives us a cost benefit when it comes to supporting the industry.
Wow. Well, this is the Creative Industry Talk. We are discussing how do we manage partnerships internationally, locally, and of course, what kind of relationships do we need to have in our industry. And of course, the creatives makes things happen. We're talking about coronavirus communication. We're using the creative minds to be able to communicate about the disease across the world. We are talking about culture, and culture plays a big role in trying to help our economy grow from point A to point B. And these are really important conversations to have. But are we set? Do we have what kind of relationships and management do we need to have in place? And of course, Faizo Chiwewa and I are in the studio. Make sure you share that far and wide all across to all those people who are creative thinkers. If you're a creator of something that goes out, if you're a product that goes out, you need to be part of this conversation going forward. Otherwise, some people would make a decision that does not help you to grow forward. Faizo, is there a problematic mismatch between the current policy approaches to growth in the creative economy, and as well as the intentions and motivations of the individual creative practitioners that dominate the sector?
There's no policy, I would say. I think because we're talking about the creative industries, and what is there, I think now, is there are bits and bytes, as I talked about in the beginning. You find that there is a regulatory framework that is being proposed for film, specifically licensing and that stuff. And that's not even good enough, because it's very, it's a one-way takeaway. Because what the government, and I think we talked about this last time. Where the government is failing is always proposing regulations and putting policies or proposing policies without offering anything in them for the industry. And all the time they want to take, and I think that really makes it demotivating for the creative industries, for the practitioners. The same with I think now they are trying to do something for music. It's a regulatory framework for music. It becomes very difficult for people to really feel comfortable and find the motivation to follow and fit into these regulations, because they are always directed to getting to a kind of control the industry rather than offer some solutions. I think we are we are past that era of always trying to think that you're going to, as a government, you'll control the content that comes out. It's never going to happen. Yes, you can control a few people.
Yeah.
You can intimidate a few people.
Yeah.
But it's always the creatives win. You know, always the content wins because it will find its way. And even if you hide it, we've seen documentaries, we've seen music that was banned in the 90s or in the 900s and stuff like that, and it still comes out, you know, and people embrace it and they be like, why was it? And it becomes, you know, it becomes shameful. So the problem that is there at the moment is there is no goodwill, there is no interest in the sector rather than regulating it or controlling it, and that really demotivates most of the practitioners. They would like to have, you know, they would like to embrace. I don't think people don't like their government.
Yeah.
I don't think they do. But what happens is that when the government always shows them that we just want to take away from you,
yeah,
we just want to put you in a box, then people start being resistant. If they could do something like, you know, like what they have just done now, they're launching UGTube or UGATube. And with good intentions, if it is with good intentions, then people will feel like, okay, there's something in for me.
Yes,
there's,
for me to
yeah,
take
for me to take in, and there's my government is offering a platform which is going to help me also earn. But if there are so many other regulators that, okay, if you're on this, you're gonna get. Will you get your money? How are you going to get your money? Who's going to see on your bank account? All these kind of things. So we need to be able to formulate policies and regulations that are supportive, that are inclusive and open-minded, but also interesting or kind of motivating people to work around.
Okay.
At the moment, I don't see any.
All right, we are going to take a break, and when we come back, Faizo and I are going to be talking about how do we manage relationships and, of course, partnerships all across internationally, globally, locally here. There's been a lot of talks about how our government, particularly in Uganda, just like any other government across Africa, only coming with laws that foster collecting money from creatives without helping the creatives to grow. And we've seen that happen in Uganda, where the laws are being put in place just to make sure money is picked, but we don't sort of like look at how do we develop the industry going forward. And that's the kind of discussion we're having here. How do we manage such partnerships locally, internationally, and as well as maintain the relationships? Stay right there. The Creative Industry Talk will be right back after the break. Welcome back to the program. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the Creative Industry Talk. Today on the program, we are talking about how to manage your relations and partnerships all across the globe, and of course, how do you get them? And that is the part of the show we are going into. Before we went for a break, we were talking about cultural and creative industry. How do we manage? What is the ecosystem like? Is it conducive for all of us? And of course, Faisal, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Faisal, last week we had Rasbi Sali on the show, and he kept talking about, yes, the legend himself. And he kept talking about some of the things that needs to be done for him, the thinking.
Yeah.
And the last question I ask you, whether we are problematic or there is a mismatch between the current policy and the approaches to growth in the creative economy. Yes, we see that, for example, in Uganda, we are seeing a lot of people, individual people, posing themselves as the only people who have the right to do things. And so policies are coming, but policy seems to be tagged to a few people and few individuals who are trying to get things happening. Many of them are actually not really creative minds.
Okay.
They're just business people. How do we harmonize this position going forward? Because that's part of managing our relationships.
I think as we said earlier on, what the mistakes that we are doing as a people, because I'm not saying, I don't like putting all the blame on government, because it's not entirely their responsibility, but it's our all responsibility. I think the problem that we are making is doing things without knowing why are we doing them. And as I said before we went for the break, the government puts up policies without understanding what are these policies for. And there is no way, and there is no government I know outside ours that always takes from its people without giving back. So if you want to entice the creative industries and you want to give them an opportunity to thrive and to be sustainable, you cannot just say, for example, like the Media Council. Media Council charges people to show films. Even if you make your own film, do you know how much a film costs to make here? Okay, low budget films, maybe some people invest in 10 to 15 million. And then for them to screen that film, they have to pay Media Council, I think 150,000. So I asked them, Media Council, what do you give these people? Do you advertise for them? Do you bring in people? What do you give them? They give you that 150,000 for
this return on this one.
Yes. Yeah. So what are you giving back? And then on that 150,000.